Hello. Just had to murder that frog in my throat real quick. Ah. Ah. Good. Bum. Let me check some things real quick. Nah, no updates. Alright. With a late bot, I'm not that late, am I? Is my clock that off? I mean, I do know I have a bit of a clock skew over here, but if I go to the chat from 4 times like 5 seconds, I can't see that. That's on your end. I mean, I do know that my PC has a bit of a clock skew. The clock is actually running a little bit late, apparently. Which is actually a little bit more of an issue. Which is kind of surprising, because I do have the NTP protocol activated, and it's still kind of just late. Alright. I think the ads are... Twitch? Okay. Yeah, Twitch is being extra twitchy again. It's not even showing me any ads that are running right now. My session time is negative. Bum. My bitrate was still offline just a minute ago. Oh, Twitch, man. Good. At least the YouTube type, YouTube side can immediately tell that I'm live. Hello there, Mikhail. How you doing? Alright. Okay, apparently ads are gonna start in like 5 minutes. What the fuck? Twitch, come on, man. Don't be like that. Let me just press the button real quick. I rarely press the add button, but I kinda wanna get going. So where's the add button over there? I don't even know which button to press over here. Oh wait, ads start now in 1 hour and 3 minutes. What the fuck? Twitch. Is that Miku? Yes, Rhaegar, it is. The Twitch even feels fitting. I had this one done like ages ago. My original plan was that I put in a clock on those two pillars at the end, so that I can do a countdown or something like that, but I never really implemented that. I think I still have the sketch of this thing somewhere, and the sketch was very crude. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's up with Twitch and ads lately. It's being terrible. It's being absolutely terrible. That was the Minecraft thing, yes. Can I get a... There it is. I'm kind of looking at my Twitch statistics right now. But everything seems to be kind of fine over here. It's been a while since I looked into these, because usually I don't really care about these. Alright. Alright. Wally! Hello there! Oh, Wally, come on. Just don't burp in the microphone over here. Come on, man. Can't do that. That's rude. Let's get going. Good evening, Twitch! And welcome back to Factorio. I've been a little bit busy today. I woke up yet again at 4 p.m. On the plus side, I do get my grocery shoppings done at 7 a.m. So at least that has an upside. And the best thing about doing grocery shopping at 7 a.m. is nobody's there. Absolutely fucking nobody. Alright, let's go on. Yeah, Twitch is currently being a little bit extra twitchy with its ads and stuff like that, but, well, there's nothing much I can do about that, sadly. But what I can do about this is that I've been playing this map already for like 2 hours today, and I've been working on stuff. I've been working on quite a bit of stuff. You might notice that there's a new building over here, and a new little production array over there. And that, let's have a look in here. Can we still see it in here? Oh, yes. I've been cutting up the power network a bit, and bad things have happened quite often. Different ammo for the resistance natives? Not yet. That is still something we need to do better. That might actually be something we actually do today. I always put something in the title of the things I want to do in the episode, and then I usually end up doing something completely different.
Hello.
Hello, Patos. Thank you so much for the resub. But one thing is for sure, and you can already see why we need to do this. We can already see like some power flickering happening over here. We are pumping around about 380 megawatts of power out of the old power plant over there, and I kind of want to push it all the way up to 800 megawatts. Because I've actually done it. All the power is now going through these huge electric poles. We still have the big poles around, but whenever we have a big pole connected to a huge pole, we go through a transformer, which also kind of means that I've been going around over here splitting up electric networks. For example, there used to be like a power wire connection from over there to over there, that's gone. There used to be like one from over there to over there, that's gone. Internally over here, I think it's now like 4 or 5 grids. I'm actually not quite sure how many it is. And there might still be a couple things here and there that are unpowered. I just found one by pure accident because a lot of power poles exploded. How many power poles actually kind of did explode? Can we see that over here? Electric poles over like the last hour or so. Not electric biters, please. I did notice something else that was happening in here, and I don't like it. And that's this. We got epic biters showing up. I don't like it. Maybe over the last 10 hours. Oh yes, that's probably a peak we're looking at. Yeah, over the last 10 hours, we had a couple of peaks over the air for electric power poles that just went kind of kapoof. Because... oh, even this one went kapoof. Ooh, that's kind of sad, actually. Wait, that's still a big electric pole number 1? Where the fuck did we have a big electric pole number 1 still sitting around? Well, I hope that's gone by now. But a lot of power poles just went up in smoke and thin air. I'm actually not quite sure how we lost 2 of these over there. It's been about 7 hours ago. Oh, I do know how we lost those. That was the power pole that used to be sitting, I think, right over there. This guy. When there was still a wall over here. But that wall is now gone, as the walls have been pushed out further and further and further. Also, we no longer have any kind of missing building requests over here. All these walls over here will be replaced the entire time. I've not really checked up how many of the green walls we have in storage. That's a decent amount. Not a good amount, but a decent amount. So we're doing fine for that. Alright, but yeah, we require more power. And we already have this nice little Tiberium field over there, which we have encapsulated. But we still need to get rid of the Tiberium on the edges. I don't really just want to explode and void it the entire time. I would rather just use it. Also, what the fuck is bleeping? Shut up over there! Thank you. Yeah, it should be fine by now. I have to reset the browser to see both Majesty and Twitch twitches. I don't see anything coming up over here. Let me just check the inspector real quick. Maybe something is going on. Inspector.twitch.tv. Because that does give me a little bit more insight about what's going on. If the stream is, if it's an issue on my end or if it's an issue on Twitch end. And if you're having issues seeing the stream, it's an issue on the Twitch side because I don't see anything on my side. Good, but of course, the power plant. I just copy-pasted over the power plant from over there, all the way over there, because we know this works, and this works very, very fine. The only thing we need to do over there is, plus a weekly bonus, oh mate, hello there, is to add blue Tiberium to them, I think. But most of this Tiberium over here is green, and there's a recipe you can use. There's a recipe, which is blue Tiberium enrichment, which is basically Tiberium Covarex. If you would kind of think it, that's also the reason why I kind of build it a bit like Covarex over here, where we can turn green Tiberium into blue Tiberium. And with this on top, we are always going to be prioritizing turning green into blue, but if blue somehow backs up for whatever reason, we got like a little bit of a bypass over here so that we can start doing more blue, because it could just be that we're just purely mining blue Tiberium, so we've got a bypass route over there in case we are only getting blue, but we are mostly going to be focusing on consuming green. This is actually a perfect ratio. I've never really checked. We're putting in 23 units of Tiberium and we get out 17, so we actually do spend some green to make some blue, but all in all, I think that will be fine. It was Hicker coming lacking, jumping forward and backwards. Oof. Yeah, I can't do that. I'm too fat for that. Good. The only thing that's missing over here is the crude oil. Water is already in there, and I think everything else over there is also already in there. So we just need to set up the very, 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 very basic crude oil processing. Which, let's have a quick peek over here again. Yeah, we need to... No, we already sent out the multi-layer oil over there. We basically just need this thing over here. Where is it? Where is it? It's over here somewhere. Oh, where the fuck is it? There it is. We need this guy over there. Nuclear Tiberium tech, yeah, we're working on it. The nuclear tech has been completed, so we have that available to us. Let's place you, say over there. Oh, motherfucker. I fucking hate that. Oh, those power poles are gone. Never needed those in the first place, right? Well, they'll be back. Fucking hell. Good. And actually, we built this on the exactly right spot over there. The natural gas we're just going to vent. We do not need that whatsoever. And I think I'll just give you like a personal little vent over there for the sulfuric wastewater. We already do sulfuric wastewater handling over there. We don't need to do more sulfuric wastewater handling over there. That'll be fine. Good. Could you not, please? I was also very short of uninstalling the annoying girlfriend mod because I found a second bug. One bug is, of course, when we try to pathfind over there into the unexplored areas, where she will just bug out. Another one is if she kind of tries to pathfind in the middle of a lake. That's also when she can bug out. So we have to be a little bit more careful about that. Where is that oil field? It's over there. Let's get this one in. And I did lose like about 5 minutes of me just randomly building stuff. And I think I still have not really recovered from that because things could be all over the place. But all in all, I mean, if we could just uninstall annoying people, well, that sounds kind of wrong, doesn't it? Where's she at now? She should actually be around here somewhere. Where did you go? Oh, is she stuck over there? She's stuck over there. Runt. Oh, there we go. There we go. Good. And then how about you from there and you from there, and then just like a little bit over there in the middle. Good. This. Oh, there's one more over there. Here we go. Good. That should be good for oil. Good thing we don't have squeak through. No, we only got step help me step bro. I'm stuck mod installed. Alright, we activate the power over there. That seems good. The oil refinery over there is working. Ah, we're missing some pipe connections all the way to the top over there. Let's put these in real quick. Nope. Connecting you up. Sure. Wait, what mod was that? The help me step bro, I'm stuck mod. Which kind of really enforces you to not get stuck, because the moment you do get stuck, the poured up music starts, and then it's all over. Then it's all over. Alright. There we go. I was also kind of thinking a little bit more about the power overload mod. And I was kind of thinking, I think actually traversing the graph of power poles could be possible. Well, it's definitely possible, but it shouldn't impact performance too much. I hope at least. I do kind of have a concern that there might be a case. For example, imagine the following. We got like a big network over here. This is not really a big network, but let's just imagine it's a big network. And then we're trying to like connect up a power network over here. Let's see. So this is now all 8643. This one over there is 8646, and this one over there is 8644. If we connect it up like this, then Only you get updated. Alright. I kind of have the feeling that there could be a case where if we wire up a field from the wrong side, that we might do some extra iterations and we have to recalculate we have to reiterate the entire power pool graph multiple times, which could be kind of performance-wise annoying. But it's definitely doable. I mean, at this point, I'm more like at the point of like, yeah, I could probably start thinking more about it, but maybe just write something up and see what happens kind of mode, because it's kind of hard to fully analyze this. Especially since I'm not that certain about how the internals in Factorio work, especially when you wire power poles together. So kind of like trains? Yes. But the train graph is definitely a little bit more sophisticated than anything I do in Lua. In Lua, it would just be like lists and bins, where we just add and remove elements from it. And that on its own should not be that much of a performance issue. Especially since every entity over here has its own unique identifier. But all in all, it could cause issues. But so be it for now. Alright, the power plant over there needs to warm up for a bit. Actually, it needs to warm up for quite a bit. So we're just going to let this run for a while. In the meantime, we need to do something else. Now, we do just have researched nuclear power processing. There it is. We can already make the first nuclear reactors. Nuclear reactors over here have a neighborhood bonus of 100%. So if we make a 2x2... every reactor will have 200% neighborhood bonus, which also means that you will be outputting a total power of about 150 per pop. Or a 2x2 reactor would be a whopping 600 megawatts of power. That's actually pretty darn cool. Which we could easily support. Uranium reactors over there can also run with... where is it? Is it in here? Or is it still coming up? No. I think we already have it, right? Nuclear stuff. Maybe we don't have it yet. Wait a minute. Is it still missing? No, not you. The liquid tiberium fuel cell. Oh, it's still missing. We're still missing tech for this. Okay. We should be able to do it because it's only production science. And of course, we also over here get access to the Tiberium power plant, which is basically just a mini nuclear reactor. On its own, actually, now to look at this, on its own, a single nuclear or a single Tiberium power plant over there makes more power than a single reactor in a 2x2 configuration. In a 2x N configuration, where we have like reactors in the middle, we would be doing better with the reactors in the middle, but only slightly better with the reactors in the middle. Oh, this might actually be a great usage over there. And it only eats liquid tiberium. But how do we get there? We can't see the tech yet, so we're still missing something. And we should be able to see it over here. But we don't yet. So what would we be missing then? Oh, good question. Orihara, hello there. Welcome. Let's have another look at you real quick. That's coming from this tech. Maybe we can get a hint over here by the materials that are being used. We need lead and plastic, water, solid fuel, liquid tiberium, nuclear fuel. Do we maybe need nuclear fuel? There's also a process over here to turn molten tiberium, but it's green tiberium, into liquid tiberium, which is also pretty powerful, actually. Okay. I mean, we're already doing some of the nuclear tech, but we're missing something. What could it be? Definitely not mercury processing. Evari, hello there. And lists are pretty efficient, but the index to the graph is the trickier part. Well, the index will just be the entity ID. That would be pretty fast. So it's not going to be a list, it's more going to be something like a hash map. Where we just grab something based upon its entity ID, and it will just be like, here, grab me this. Done. Pom. Water treatment? Not really. Ah, and Maniac! Hey there, mate! Is it maybe the centrifuge that we need? Let's do that centrifuge for a bit. Maybe that unlocks it. Maniac, thank you so much for the resub. How you doing, mate? Welcome. So maybe... No, we don't need tungsten for that. And I'm doing fine. I'm still a little bit broken in my sleep cycle, but I'm mostly doing fine. What are we trying to unlock? We're trying to unlock nuclear Tiberium power, more or less. I'm trying to unlock this tech over there. And we got the mod installed that hides parts of the tech tree. Everything that's, I think, like more than 2 steps away, you can't see. And we're missing a precursor for this tech. So we don't even know how to get there. And it could be anything. It could literally be anything. I'm kind of just going through the list over here like a little bit. Maybe trying to make sense of it, what it could be. I'm pretty sure that maybe going for Centrifuges Mark II might be a good idea. We already got Cobalt Steel unlocked, so it cannot be Cobalt. We already had Red Circuits unlocked, so it can't be that. We already have Titanium unlocked, so it can't be that either. This over here seems kind of pretty straightforward. Have you made the uranium ore? Yes! Uranium ore we are already doing. Maybe it could be nuclear fuel? Would be a bit weird. It could be nuclear fuel. It could also, of course, be one of these Tiberium techs in there. The circuits? We already have the circuits. We can already make blue circuits, and I think we also already have the tech for the even more advanced circuits. No, we don't. Well then, I'll guess we'll just have to wait and see. But, on the plus side, we got now all this space over here, and I was kind of looking at this area over here. And I think it's finally about time. I think it's finally about time that we start thinking about building a somewhat more proper rail system. And I think we're just gonna start right over there at the top. We're gonna be doing some bends and some curves in this rail over there as well, so that we can kind of bend it to our will. We're not gonna be fully upgrading everything in here to like a two-way rail system. I mean, this space over here will also at some point in time just be deconstructed and just packed up and sent off somewhere else. But we do need to start thinking about making like a better rail network right over here. And we're just gonna start right over there. There we go. Give me one of these. And let's go over there for now. The bigger question is going to be how wide are we going to make our train system? I have multiple different approaches to that. All with their own personal pros and cons. I definitely do not want to pull the rail system in over here in the middle between these things over there. Those should be somewhere else. 4 lanes? 4 lanes is not as efficient as you might think, because usually when you have 4 lanes, you can get more trains parked in parallel, but at the same time, trains are absolute fucking assholes, and they're probably all sponsored by BMW, and they just drive like absolute fucking maniacs. No offense, maniac. And whenever you put in like a place where they can basically cross lanes, they will fucking cross lanes. They will cut other trains off, they will fuck other trains over, and they're just gonna be like, no, fuck you. That's the magic of having 2 lanes. I would rather have a single lane and hope that everybody over there can barrel down there as fast as possible, and maybe just have extra lanes if we need to. Dieses Brot, Lachssuppe mit neuen Kartoffeln und gemischtem Sommergemüse, gewürzt mit schwarzem Pfeffer und Aromat und Vollmilch aufgegossen. Oh, sorry, Germans are sometimes very crazy when it comes to food. You don't have a BMW, you have an Audi? Well, at least you know how to use your indicator then. Good. Now, let's just go for a 2-lane system. Now, usually, I end up making them this wide. That's how we did it in our space exploration base. Because at least this way around, we can also cut it off in the middle and go around. But I don't think we're gonna need this time. I think I want it a little bit closer, but I want to have enough space in the middle to at least be able to place one of these in there. Maybe even two of these in there. So how about we go for a distance that is more something like... Nope. That will be our distance. That way, if we do want to, we can add another lane in the middle. If we would really want to. We can also put off-ramps and on-ramps in the middle. And if we do want to make like a full circle, then we only need to go like a little bit wider than we need to. I think I'll go with this. Alright, let's make a little bit more of the proto-track over there. There we go. Let's get rid of these. Nobody needs those. Maybe double-header trains. I'm not really a big fan of double-header trains. Because technically, they're gonna be slower. Because if double-header trains... If the train at the back would be possible to add to the speed to the train at the front, it would be great. But it doesn't. If a train goes like one direction, or if a train goes into the direction it's not facing, it does nothing, and it's just dead weight. So I would rather just do... We're still going to stick with the single-header trains. So it'll be fine. Good. Alright. We need to start somewhere. Let's have a look at the grid. There we go. Oh, this is... Ooh. Do we want to build on the grid? This is now. I don't want to build on the grid. Fuck that. We're not building on the grid. The only thing we're going to use the grid for, however... Wait a minute. Something is being eaten. That's fine. The only thing we probably want to use the grid for real quick is to make sure that we know where to place the signals. That's a bit odd as well. I guess you over there. Which means the second one will be over there. I do kind of want to put the signals over here at least semi-grid based. Something like this and something that's kind of terrible, isn't it? And put you over there. And put you over there. Good. Alright. Let's make you a block thing. Cut you over there, cut you over there. We don't need these, nor that, nor this. Snap the grid, relative. Move the grid around a little bit. There we go. That's looking good. Alright. We put this on the right side, right? Yeah, we did. Also, it's going to be right-hand traffic. If you're doing left-hand traffic, you're wrong. It's always the same with Victoria. Once you start talking about right-hand traffic and left-hand traffic, people will be up in arms about it. They're going to be like, no, you're wrong. Alright, let's clean up this track a little bit. But at least now we've got something like a main line over here. We're going to pull this main line around all the way over there. And then we're probably just going to make a circle over here. Or maybe even a circle somewhere over there. So that we can path backwards over here. And we're also going to make a circle over there real quick. But let's maybe start by integrating or at least adding you to the mix. What do we do with you? I mean, we could just make this the main access for the base connection, which I guess could be fine. Let's put you over here. I don't think we need this right now. There we go. Get rid of these. Do we have elevators roll active? No? What are you talking about? Good. Entrance. And then we're gonna need an exit. Yeah, we could even still pull you quite a bit over there. Yeah, use this for the exit. Oh, can we connect in there? What? I kinda like this one. Either this one will be fine. Alright, that will be you. That will be you. Good. And now we need to make something like a T intersection. That was horrible. There we go. Alright, you go for there, you go for there, you go for there, and you go for there. There's still a piece of belt over there. And a piece of wall. That looks good. I don't think I got landfill on me. No, I do not. Can we start ordering in landfill? Landfill! Landfill, please. Bring me like 600. Good. That will be the head thing. Now, technically, at the moment, we don't necessarily need a connection from over here to the other side. So I'm going to skip it for now. Because just driving over there and doing the turnaround to get to the left is going to be trivial. And that's the only connection we need over there. Though we do need to reconnect you. And it's going to be equally lazy. This definitely will need a bit of a rework later on. But for now, this is fine. With... It's still two-way track over there. So that needs to be this. That. This. That. This. No, you need to be that. Because the train back and then drive all the way up to there. We don't need you. There we go. That's how we should do it. Same thing over here. We don't need you. You kind of... You're double. You're extra. Go away. Good. Did I get my landfall yet? Not yet. Let's wait for some landfall real quick. Let's stand over there for a bit. Good. Good. Alright. And then we push you all the way across over there. Big question is, are we going to hit the field or not? We're going to hit the roboport. We're going to have to move the roboport around. Ah, just past the field. Perfect. Alright. That's the new power plant doing. What temperature are we at? 300. Perfect. So we are 2/3 of the way. Did I get my landfill? I got 3 landfill. I need a little bit more than 3. I need about 10, I guess. Yeah, let's also do that corner over there. Good. The landfill machine, however, has been working quite extensively over there. We have in storage about 18,000 landfill, which is still not even remotely enough to fill in this lake. I think to fill in the lake over there, it's going to be something like 200,000, maybe even 400,000. Because you always really underestimate how much landfill you actually need to fill in a lake like this. But as long as we're non-stop making landfill over there, it'll be fine. Also, can we get this activated again? Thank you very much. Because then at least we can see where stuff is. Good. Alright. Yeah, that never got started. I'm just gonna leave it disconnected. Let's see if we can still spot some things in the base that are currently turned off. This, of course, is still turned off because this is part of the old base. We should probably just start picking it up because it will only get confusing every time I go over here to take a look at it. Is this something important? Where's this going? That used to be blue tiberium coming in from the field up north. Let's get rid of this as well. Yeah, I think today is mostly gonna be maybe a bit of a cleanup episode and maybe a bit of a rebuild episode. But we are definitely gonna go into some nice proper builds because we got the space for it finally. Even these over there can go. Nobody requires these anymore. As well as these. Good. Yeah, we had a little bit of a power issue, which also kind of means that we had a little bit of a spill over here. I might need to check up on that spill. We might just blow it up with some grenades. Also, nothing important is bleeping. Good. Alright. I got enough landfill now. Perfect. Let's help out over there real quick. And let's maybe also put the signal over there and the signal over there. Excellent. Thank you very much, bots. And let's go to the other side. Did I just disconnect you? Wait a minute. Oh, I did. Okay, perfect. We could still put roboports in the middle over there, but I don't really think I want to. Good, good, good. We're also gonna be probably hooking up these mines over there ASAP, and then we're gonna get rid of this line over there. Because we're just not gonna need it. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole bunch of cleanup today. I'm finally looking forward to making like a proper rail system. Now, of course, you can always start out with making like a proper rail system from the get-go. But in my experience, most of the time you kinda end up suddenly having not enough space because you built your rail system too big at the beginning. And I always tend to just build a very scrummy, very basic, very stupid rail system that just works. That's usually how I start off. Alright, pick up these corpses, please. And the scrummy rail system will still be on the fringes. Like for everything that's like going into outposts, we'll probably still keep using the scrummy rail system. This connection over here will no longer be required. That's going to be completely demolished. But this one over there is also no longer going to be required because we're going to hook it up over there somewhere. So we're going to leave you open for a bit. Things are fine. I just hear non-stop bleeping in the background. I'm just like, alright, let's have a quick look. Are things fine? Things are fine. This might actually be a bit of an issue. Alright, so you're getting a bonus roboport because we had to move the roboport over there out of the way. Actually, wait a minute. Two things. First and foremost, put you over there. I still hear very aggressive bleeping. Okay, bleeping has stopped. Okay, you're still connected all over there. You're still all connected over there. Good. Let's get rid of all of these. There we go. We might even need to make some idiot-proof crossings, because she will get hit by every train out there over time. Then again, might also be funny. Alright. Yeah, we do also want to make a double layer train over here. There's a whole bunch of ores we want to mine out over there. The alluvium, we probably also want to start mining out. Alluvium over there is a bit of a gacha ore, if you kind of think like it. Do we already have the alluvium tags? Alluvium? So, alluvium, we can mine it, and then it's used in... we can either use it for magnesium ore, together with steroid chunks, cruthenium chunks, and auricalite chunks, and some crystal catalyst, which I don't think we need to do, because making magnesium is actually kind of easy. But there are two recipes over here, where we can just sluice it. Washing tree we need for that. Yeah, can we pull it up a little bit more? Where we can either wash it into gold, chromium, titanium, platinum, uranium, thorium, and saline water, or we can wash it into iron ore, crystal dust, gold, or chrome, platinum, tin, or saline water. I'm pretty sure we kind of want to go for this, because these are some of the more rarer ores, and then we have like a more or less constant supply of rarer ores. We do need to start making the sluices Mark 1 and the sluices Mark 2, which we're not doing yet. So let's start sluicing. And we absolutely have no more space over here anymore. And oh boy. We should also split some power networks over there, because we already had some issues. And that's phosphorite ore. So... Hirsch. We need to straighten... Okay, we need to straighten this bit out like a little bit at least. Yeah, tell you what. All of this, get the fuck out of there. No. No. Hard no. Alright. That's good. That's less good. That's worse. I can't undo you! Okay, perfect. Alright. And then let's split you apart. Arbitrary choice. I was just like, we need to split it somewhere, and we're gonna split it right over there. Good. And then we're gonna need some more power poles over there, one over there, and one over there. Whatever you do, absolutely fucking not connect this one over there. And then we get one over there, and one over there. That will be this network, that network, and then we got this network over there, which will get the connection in over there. Don't fucking do this. Place you over there, and then we can reconnect these things over there afterwards. Alright, I'll just make sure that you don't auto-connect to anything stupid over there. Let's just wait for this pole to come in. Alright, these are in. So, input, input, output, output. There we go. Network split apart. Power pole, please. Power pole, please. Where the fuck is this bot for this power pole? Could be anywhere. Any day now. The other two's got the power poles. There he is. Thank you. In. Out. There we go. Good. Which means we can start making more mole space on top over here. And let's just start somewhere. As we keep these power grids in a similar way. So this is a grid. Let's give it a little bit headspace. And we just start over here with the sluicers. Sluicer 1 and sluicer 2. Which also means we're gonna need one of these over there, because it's gonna be a power pole, say, some over there. Do not connect you. Archcraft! Thank you so much for the resub. And any day now, stream elements. Any day now. Or is Twitch lagging so much again that the events are timing out? Could be the case. How hard is it to get all of these power poles? Like, seriously. And Marius, thanks so much for the prime sub. Well then, stream elements. Could we get a notification? No, not Stream Elements. The events I'm doing through Stream Labs. Stream Elements can still go fuck itself. I actually had an interaction yesterday. Yesterday, after the stream, I kind of looked at my requests and I was like, okay, the request I've opened up has been sitting, basically abandoned for like 15 days. 15 days, not even a single response. Not even a response of like, sorry, we're busy. We're trying to get to it as fast as possible. Nothing. Nada. Niente. No message whatsoever. So I opened up a new ticket and that got answered instantly. Probably by a bot, because after I checked up some of my other tickets, I'm pretty sure that the interaction was done with a bot. Now, there's nothing wrong with using AI and bots for first level support. I actually have had some very, very good experience of that. Because it does help quite a bit in just like filtering out, not really filtering out, but making sure that the actual human that needs to take a look at things has all the information they need. But of course, the Stream Elements bot is fucking stupid and doesn't know what it's doing. So it asked, after I gave it like all the information I thought it would need, it asked for like, yeah, for which campaign is it? And could you give me a screenshot of the things that are going wrong? And I'm just like, dude, you have all that information. You're basically the company I'm asking it for. You got my ID. Even making a request requires me to put in the campaign name of the campaign I'm having a complaint about, or a request about in this case. You have all that information. You don't need extra information. But, of course, I couldn't answer that because what did the bot do? It asked for more information and then it closed the ticket as solved. And I was like, what the fuck? Stream elements. I rarely have the desire to slap a person. But you're definitely making it so that I fucking want to fucking slap a person. And slap some sense into them. Maybe we should reprioritize you for your stance on stream elements? Nah, I don't think so. Nah, I mean, about half a year ago, I had another issue where I couldn't verify my payout because the verification check was just not working. And I wrote them a request on Stream Elements, same portal, same form, and the bot answered me basically like 5 minutes in and was like, hey, did you try this? And I'm like, yeah, I tried this, it didn't work. And then they were like, okay, I'll forward you to somebody who knows more. And then basically the next workday, which was after the weekend, so 3 days later, I immediately got a response, was like, yeah, things are broken, try it again please now, and tell me if it works. And I did that, and I've told them I think it works. It was still kind of buggy, but so be it. But they then basically wrote back, was like, yeah, it worked for you, we can see that you are verified now, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, thank you very much, and 10 out of 10. Perfect interaction. It was basically done within technically 2 business days, even though it took a little bit longer because of the weekend. But that doesn't matter. It was basically how you would expect it. And even if they would have taken longer, they could have they would have at least posted like, hey, sorry, we're currently very busy. It's gonna take a bit longer. And I would also be very fine with that. But I'm getting no answer. I'm getting 0 answer about my request on Stream Elements. Not even an answer of like, sorry, we're busy. I'm getting nothing. Nada. Niente. Fucking nothing. Which makes me assume that they're probably just not working on it. I kind of have the feeling that Stream Elements has just kind of outsourced its entire request infrastructure to either some kind of weird AI solution or some kind of weird team that is just incapable of doing anything. And that pisses me off. Because it's not even telling me that they can't work on it right now. I mean, I don't need to know exactly who is working on it. I don't even care who's working on it. I just want them to let me know if it's going to take longer, that they just say like, sorry, it's going to take longer. And then I would be perfectly fine with it. But I'm getting nothing. And that's just infuriating. Absolutely fucking infuriating. So yesterday, of course, I made a new ticket because I kind of thought that my original ticket somehow was cursed or something like that. I didn't really know. I was just like, okay, let's make a new ticket. And that got answered like by the bot like immediately. And they even updated internally. I couldn't see what they did, but I did see there was an activity update on my original ticket from like 15 days ago. And ever since then, nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Now, I also told them that I'm gonna escalate it by the end of the week. And if they don't really come with me with any kind of answer that I can work with or do anything with, I will just escalate the ticket to the best of my ability. And at the moment in time, the only thing I know how I can escalate this is to directly write the CEO of Stream Elements on LinkedIn or something like that. Or at least write to somebody. And if that doesn't work, I do know that I can probably just maybe try to escalate to some kind of media outlet. I'm gonna be like, hey dudes, have you heard about Stream Elements? They're being kind of terrible lately. Can I tell you my story? And what they do with it, I don't really care. But it would then be more like, here, have this. Tell me what you want to do with that. But it's yeah, how to put it? The unprofessionalism is just extraordinary. Alright. So this one over there we no longer need. I guess we can build it like this. Is this the same distance? Alright, we're moving over by 1. Good thing I checked. Yeah, we're kind of upgrading the train system a little bit. Not too much, just a bit. There we go. like humble beginnings for a train system upgrade. I don't really want to like full deep dive into like a fully upgraded system yet. But we're gonna be upgrading it a bit. There we go. At least for the new region out here. The old region over there, this entire region over there will be deconstructed at some point in time. And then we're gonna be implementing the new rail system in there over there as well. But for now, we're just gonna do this. Oh, this also still keeps happening. Lovely. Thank you very much. You found that CEO on LinkedIn? Yeah, he is on there. I mean, in management world, if a ticket or any kind of communication aspect is no longer working, you usually end up escalating the ticket. And escalating doesn't mean that you're gonna be like screaming at people. Well, sometimes you do. Escalating means that you are gonna be bringing it up to the next higher level of management. Now, sadly, I have no clue about the internals of Stream Elements, so I can't just go up to like whoever is gonna be responsible for those requests, because that would be my first layer of activity. So the only thing I can actually do is bring it up to whoever I think is gonna be like most likely to be more responsible about it. And at the moment, the only person I can see that who could that be is going to be the CEO. And the letter is going to be very, very simple. It's going to start off with something, or the message is going to be very simple. It's going to start off with something like here. I want to escalate the ticket, please. Or escalation, blah, 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 ticket, blah, blah, blah. Can you please have a look at this? And then I'm just going to leave it at that. And then he either answers or he doesn't. And if he doesn't answer, I just go to whoever I think will be the next person. And you keep going up that chain until you're either can't find anymore. And if you can't find anybody anymore, then you should just stop business with them altogether. Because then you already know that they are not to be trusted anymore. Because they're just being absolutely stupid shitheads. And you just go somewhere else. And at the moment, I definitely am not really taking up any more Stream Element sponsorships. Because, yeah, I'm not getting anywhere with those. If that's how it's gonna be, then fuck that. It does kind of remind me of a statement a businessman I've met a whole while ago has said once, and that has kind of stuck with me for a bit. He was like a businessman from northern Germany, and he was like a businessman true and true. Like he all he was doing would be business, and we had a talk with him because he was manufacturing cameras, and we wanted to get some cameras from him. And we wanted to do some kind of cooperations where he just lends us a camera and we just used that. And we had a very good cooperation with that because for him it was just like, here, have these cameras, do with that what you want, just tell everybody that you're using these cameras and you can get any camera you want, we can prepare you like a certain amount. And I was like, yeah, cool, perfect cooperation. But he, at some point in time, said a statement, and there was something like this. His most favorite product he can make is a product he never sees he never sees coming back. Because if you make a product and that never comes back, that means the product was perfect and there's no complaints and you don't even need to interact with any kind of customers. I can also see how you can apply that into like IT services and stuff like that. Because if you got like any kind of service running on the internet, the last thing you really want to do is talk to people. Because once people start giving you requests, you're gonna get flooded with requests. So technically, you do want to set up something that works as flawlessly as possible. Of course, errors can always happen. That's how errors work. But you technically want to set up something that you will never have to talk to other people. And for me, that kind of worked with Stream Elements for most of the time, because for the last 3 years, I never really had an issue. I had an issue at the end of last year, and that got solved magnificently. That was perfect. And now I got an issue, and I'm getting fucking ghosted. That's not how you do that. Fucking hell. I was also kind of thinking of just writing to Lewis Rossman and going to be like, hey, dude. Want to hear a stupid story? And just see where it goes. But I don't really think that Lewis Rossman would cover that. I do know that Zach Busey might want to cover that. Because it is more of his domain. But before we go to any kind of escalation to any kind of people who might want to report on it, I will probably go like the internal final way first. Alright, there's a train over here that doesn't know where he wants to go. You can't go back. Actually, you should be able to go back, right? You should be able to go this way. That way, up and around, down over there, down... Wait. Yes, maybe. Maybe not. You should be able to go down over there, and then through there, and then back over there. Well, we'll see it. We'll see it. Yeah, this intersection over here definitely needs a little bit more work, but let's just make this intersection work for now. Oh, you know why you can't find the path? Of course, there's some rails missing. There we go. And the Venu, hello there, or the Venus. Nah, he found it, He's on its way. Yeah, that intersection on top of there, we're gonna be optimizing. For now, I just kind of want to connect things so that things move again. You can always make it better later. Also, let's pick up these random corpses over there. There we go. Good. I don't really want to build too much up over this field down over there. So, for now, we're just going to do something like this. That's kind of ugly. Something like this. There we go. With you over there, and this over there will stay two-way track. So that we can upgrade this iteratively. Just step by step. But, okay, let's work on this intersection over there. That's probably also... Probably not going to be the premium intersection, because of course we got like a little bit of the power line over there going through the middle, but let's make that intersection over there like at least a little bit better, so that we can take a left turn for either coming from the top or coming from the right. I think I will only make T intersections. I don't think I want to make like full cross intersections, because usually a full cross intersection is always a little bit more, how to put it, full cross intersections usually end up being more of a traffic issue than just T intersections. Alright. I got an idea how we could do it, but the roboport is definitely absolutely in the way. We could move you down a bit. Like move you, say, some over there. And then you, say, some over there. Delete these. That's connected. Let me guess, it was too far away? That is too fucking far away. And that also kind of means that we kind of segregated the network. That's not how we want to do that. Pick up you. Alright, how far can we push you up? About this far. Then we just built you exactly this far. Good. Alright. Pum. Let's see. From all the way over there. It's a bit far. But I got an idea. Oh boy, that takes a while to get over there. You be some over there. You be some over there. How is this? Really? Huh? Is there something wrong with that corner over there somewhere? Oh wait, I think we got an extra height piece over here, I think. Yeah, one of these is just like a tad bit longer than the other. Why is that? Maybe pull it out a little bit more? Yeah, let's pull it out a little bit more. Also, I should have just pressed Ctrl Z or something like that. But, pom. That left way. No, it's still in there. Pom. This should be the exact middle. This should connect, right? This is just a placeholder. No, it is off by 1. Is this... Oh, I think this one is also a bit crooked. I love how you have a category called Simply Get Fucked. Yes. We technically no longer need that, because we usually press the button of trash unrequested. We had to do this before, then we can technically get rid of this now. Because our inventory is now better management, but we either want to get stuff, or we're gonna stuff get fucked. Everything off by 1? Okay, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this should be fine. Well, 5... Yeah, 5 is actually off by 1, isn't it? But we did this with the intention so that we can place 2 of these next to each other. And that is a height of 5. Alright, let's see what we can make working with this. Well, easiest solution is gonna be just move this one up by 1. And then we don't have to worry about it anymore. That's... We could do that. Alright. Move you out a little bit more. It would need to be over there. And then we could make an intersection like this. I don't mind it. I think it will be fine. Give it a bit of headspace. And then go over there. Now wait. There you go. And then this could be your intersection. Let's also give you a little bit of headspace. There we go. I'm not quite sure if I'm actually going to be making these as a template. It might just be that we're always going to be making these as dynamic as we can. Over there, please. There we go. I guess for there. Good, good, good. And then same thing over there. I mean, also making something different every now and then is also kind of neat. Because if I always keep on making the same rail system, I'll just go crazy. Alright, let's push you back like a little bit. Is this actually working how I want it? I actually never checked. Alright, we have to wait. So you can go to the right, you can go to the left, you can go not to the right, it doesn't exist, you can go straight or to the left, and you can go right or you can go straight. Yeah, that works. I like it. Make it so. Good, 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 good. Actually, one of these, one of those, one of these, and one of those. Excellent. And then use them over there. Let's pick up you. Actually, can we maybe place you a little bit more over there? I think that was where we originally was placed. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Good. That's the intersection. We're gonna work with that. That also means that I don't have to take the sneaky route all the way over there. Good, good, good. Alright, alright, alright. How's the power plant doing? The power plant is ready and operational, so we can take out the support power. We no longer need support power. You over there, turn you off. You over there, you can also be turned off. And you over there, turn you off. And then we can start injecting power into the main system. There we go. Good. And now we should no longer ever see power flicker anywhere ever. Because the main power grid over there should be able to do so. Now we still see the satisfaction over there sometimes go yellow. That's because we do have like a lag of 1 frame in between power systems. But that should still be fine. That's why we have accumulators in these networks, so we can compensate for those flickers. So it should be fine now. Everything over here. What? Why is it doing that? What is this? Do we see that flickering over there? What are we seeing over here? Also, what's bleeping? Nothing important. Either way, we should now have tons of power available. Also, this power plant over there, yeah, they're now all kind of more in the chill mode instead of like going at full speed mode. The light still kind of looks a little bit dim. Is it just me, or is it just the lamp being a little bit yellow? I think it might just be the lamp being a little bit yellow. Good. Oh, the fucking bleeping. We can't really turn it off, because if we have a breach, we need to know. But we're getting attacked so often that the bleeping just never stops. Good, but the new power plant, that is over there, at least now dealt with. We can get rid of this entire train. Wait a minute. Let's see. You need a connection further up over here somewhere. Yeah, how about we go like this? And we go like that. There we go. With you over there, and you over there, and you over there. Artillery, we have artillery, but we're not placing artillery over here because these spiders over there will absolutely motherfucking fuck us if we start shooting them with artillery. We already tried that once and it didn't work out well. Okay, it still looks like power is flickering, but I think it's just me being paranoid. Good, that can be taken away. Nobody needs that anymore. Excellent. This entire line over there can go away. Good, and then these connectors over there, we're gonna connect them over there. We're gonna make like an exit over there. That's gonna like service these stations, and then the entry back in over there. Alright. Let's also hope that Centrifuge 2 over there will give us maybe access to the Tiberium power we're looking for, because Tiberium power would be really, really fun to have. Alright. Technically, if we want to go down here via train, we probably also want to get there via the top rail. So, how about we do something like this first? Pum. Elevated rail, some over there. I like this. I like just kind of going to the middle like this. I like that. That's probably the most odd thing to do if you've got like right-hand traffic and left like off ramps. You rarely see those. They do exist. I've seen them once in real life. But it would be such an odd thing to do, because usually when you have right-hand traffic, you also have like right-hand off tracks or off lanes. And you never go off left side, because it would just make a mess of things. The only place I've seen a left off track once was actually on a highway of all things in... Was it in Italy? I think it was in Italy. I think it was on the border to Italy. From Austria to Italy. Just after the toll booth, somewhere, I can't tell you exactly where it was because it's been a while since I've been there. There was like a weird off track or left off track on the highway, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Missing track? Most likely. There's missing track everywhere. Good. Is there any track missing? Sure about that? There's one in your home drive for years and they finally replaced it. Oof. Nah, this looks fine, right? Yeah, let's move you over there. Let's move you over there. I'll delete you. Let's move you over there. And that'll be fine over there, I guess. One over there. And then merge these together. Good. Alright. That means that we just need to, like, bend the entry around a little bit. Because the entry will now be from over there. This no longer exists. Which means you get this, you get that, you get this, and then you continue on. Same thing over there. This no longer exists. Ooh. Got more tech. You over there, you over there. We're also going to straighten out you, because you no longer required to be a bridge. You can just be a straight track like this. And actually, wait a minute. What are we doing? We're going up over here. Because we would be going back somewhere over there. Here we go. Here we go. Good. And I don't think it will ever happen, but we should still prepare for it either way. Where we're gonna have the on-ramp over here on the same height. That will be over there. Bum 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 bum. There we go. You're gonna go over there somewhere. Come on, don't be like that. Over there? Can we make this a little bit more sexy? There we go. Like this, please. Not like that. That was kind of horrible. Good. Also, pick up whatever these are. Don't ask questions. I'll just add you to the pile. That was actually good over there. Put you over there. Put you over there. Put these two over there. There we go. There's a bit of track missing over there now. We'll fix it in a second. Good. And now this over here also looks just so much better. Ah. Alright. Alright. Yeah, that should be good for at least like a little bit of a track update. We're going to be doing more track update later, but for now, just having this alone over there is already so good. We should start thinking about what we're going to be doing with all this new extra space over there. One thing, of course, is going to be to slowly start to supersize or to specialize or to optimize our ore processing over there. At the moment, we got like all of these over there, and I'm a little bit on an impasse of how we want to set up the ore processing. Because technically, we could just combine a couple of these together and just bring in multiple different ores, sort them, and then put them into train stations, and then we can pick them up from over there. That's most likely how it's going to be at the end. But right now, I'm kind of thinking about if we either A, want to do one big generic one, but I don't think a big generic one will be effective, or B, we're gonna do singular ones, basically one that just has an input for some kind of ore, and then for every output it has a train station. That might be the best solution, I think, in my opinion, because we can just place those wherever, and we're just gonna let them run, and then we can use priorities to say which station we're gonna be picking up ores up from first. There is, of course, the issue with our train system that if we do decide to pick up any kind of ores, the priority system for pickups is kind of getting scuffed because we usually end up sending out multiple trains and we want to pick up ores, which makes pickup priorities a little bit... it's not the best. They kind of get a little bit ignored, which is kind of stupid and annoying. Drop-off priorities work way better with that kind of system. So, I was also kind of thinking of putting a little bit more logic into our depots, but all in all, it would just make it too damn complicated. Yeah. Yeah, we're still fine over there. Just had to check real quick. Alright, did we finally now have the Tiberium power plant in there? We do not. I don't see it. So let's just keep on going with Tiberium text over there. Maybe it'll show up afterwards. There we go. The ones that won't focus on the high priority ones that you probably want. Yeah, exactly. And even if we use any kind of logic for it, it's still gonna be kind of stupid. Now, one way how we could bypass that priority issue is by when we order in stuff that we maybe just order in, like whenever we order in any kind of shipment, instead of like ordering one shipment whenever we need it, we just order in like 3 shipments or something like that, or multiple shipments. Then we'll keep on materials going the entire time. So basically, when we order stuff, instead of like opening the train station once, we open up the train station like 3 times or something like that. And by opening it up like 3 times or multiple times, we will dispatch multiple trains, and multiple trains will then pick up stuff and bring it to that designation station. But it will also mean that when we do multiple shipments, then we do most likely pick up the high priority stuff first, and then we just top it off with the low priority stuff. And maybe that will make things go like a little bit more efficient and fluent, but I'm still a little bit on the fence about that. But maybe just for now, just doing like a singular designated ore sorter with like a station in and up to. Now I have to kind of see what's going to be like the biggest sorting output we're gonna get. I guess crystals over there. Or not really crystals, the purified stuff, which is going to give us like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs. We're always going to get at most 6 outputs because it's either going to be slag or it's going to be the magic 6th output. So we can always think about adding up to 6 train stations for the output into it. Let's have maybe a look at the more exotic ores over there. These are all crystals. Oh, we don't have to tech for that yet. Let's have a look in here then. That's 6. That's 6. 6. These are all 6, I think. Alright. Alright. Which means we can maybe make one of these for maybe something like 6 outputs. We might not need to hook up all of the outputs, because maybe sometimes we kind of just want to have like a lower tier output, like one of these over there. But sure. Let's maybe just start with that, because that's probably the first step we're going to do either way. Modularizing and rail enabling our, well, they're already rail enabled, but better rail enabling our ore sorting mechanisms over there. Which also kind of means that we need a little bit of a space where we can put down a blueprint or something like that. Did we got a big gap somewhere? That might be big enough. It would be great if you could just like designate an area for just blueprints. I mean, there are mods for that, I do know that, where you could just open up like a plane or a surface, and then you just start working in that surface, and then you don't need to worry about anything anymore. But it would be great if you could do that without mods. We could still go with 4 of these. They do got a decent crafting speed. And if we put in any recipe over here, for example, these crystals for whatever reason, they do consume 9 ores per second. So this over here is already 1836. That's a red belt. And if we put in speed modules and stuff like that, we should enable these to be beacon enabled. And if we're thinking beacon enabled, then there's probably only one design we want to do, which kind of reminds me, we're not playing SpaceX, so we don't need to fully beacon optimize this stuff as we usually do though, with like a single beacon in the middle. But then again, since power is definitely going to be an issue, yeah, this might be a proper easy design. Because then we can do the following. We can use the middle beacon for whatever we need. We can do an input like this. And we can do an output like this. And then just push stuff in. For the outputs, maybe instead of using multiple bulks, or some bulks over there, it might probably just be better to use a couple of express ones. Like at least 2 each, because we're getting like, whenever you put in any one of these recipes, let's just put in something that has decent outputs, like this one over there. Yeah, we're making like, it might still be fine, because the bulk inserter should probably be able to handle that. But we're making like a whole bunch of different products at the same time. And a bulk inserter, or any kind of large hand size inserter, will pick up like all of that one item first, and by the time he picks it up again, or the next pickup sequence comes, there might be more items of the first item in there, which might get them stuck by just unloading copper for a while until the machine backs up with, for example, End of the Other Wars, and then it kind of gets stuck. I kind of want to have probably a couple more faster, smaller hands scooping out individual things than a big hand scooping things in. I think that makes more sense. What's the discussion? Inserter optimization for output when you got a lot of outputs. Like if you got a lot of outputs, I think I would rather have multiple inserters with small hands, so they can handle individual outputs faster. Technically, if you kind of think about it, we could also just max output these and just map them to like one of each output. Then we definitely don't need to worry about it. But I think having 2 fast inserters instead of 1 bulk inserter will probably be a little bit better over there. What's my stack size? 4 for the express inserter and 4 for the bulk. Oh, there's currently not much of a difference going on over there. Something is being eaten. One moment, please. We're fine. I think this will be fine as well. Let's give this a try. Good. The beacon. We don't do beacons yet. There is still the issue that we need to set up farming, because to do the beacons, I think we need to set up at least a fish farm. Oh boy. We're gonna do the fish farm today. Pom 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 pom. And then of course, yeah, we're just gonna put in some recipes in here. Speedy sorting, optimized sorting, more or less. And we can probably just... Ooh, I kind of like this. Pom 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 pom. Let's integrate the train station right away. Secondly, question of the swing time in that case. You only want resources per hand, exactly. And you want the empty the machine by the time the next craft is done with a max of 2.5 and 5 items. It's more than 5 swings per cycle. Very, very, very true. I mean, we can always add more hands later. But then again, since we have up to 6 outputs... There we go. That should do it. Then technically, with 2 swings, we can empty you out. And that should definitely be fast enough, especially if we start adding speed and prods to these. That's still fine. Good. So, yeah, we can add the input over there as well. We also, well, this one over there does not necessarily need a improvement in its request size. We could give it an improvement, but let's keep it like that. And then technically up to 6 outputs. The minimum amount of outputs we're gonna get, I think, is 3. Because if we have a look at you real quick, if we only do the crush stuff, yeah, the minimum size is 3. And then so I think the iteration is 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Crushed, purified, crystal, and then enriched, I think. Is this enriched? Crushed, chunk, crystal, purified. There we go. And when do we get the biggest bonus? You start off with 3. Oh, 3. Well, for this one it's 3, 5, 6, 6. For Quaternium it's 3, 5, 6, 6. Alright. 3, 5, 6, 6. Alright, that seems to be always the same ratio. Assuming that I didn't really check all of them, but I'm going to assume it's always going to be the same ratio. Good. Can we put the passive providers in there as well? Ooh. With parameters, we can set up inputs for things we need, but we can't really set outputs automatically. We do know that we're gonna want some train stations over there. We could put in placeholders for train stations in here. Like, we want to have up to 6 train stations in here. So maybe we just make a blanco over there, where we just put in the rail tracks for 6. And then we can always cut it together, however we see fit. I'm just going to do this for the Quaternium one real quick. Which does mean that we're going to have something like copper ore in there. Iron ore wasn't here. What's the other parts of Quaternium over there? Copper ore, iron ore, lead ore. Copper ore, iron ore, lead ore, aluminum, titanium, and cobalt. Aluminum. Let's move this thing up a bit. There we go. Aluminum, titanium, and cobalt at the end. Good. So that would be... Oh, that's very tight. Alright, let's optimize the power poles in there as well. Boop. There we go. They're now all Mark 3 power poles. I think we can do the Mark 4 power poles, can't we? Wait a minute. Oh, yes, we can. We need some insulated wire for that, though. And how do you make insulated wire? There it is. Insulated wire is tinned wire covered in some rubber. How do we make fucking rubber? There's rubber. That's any of this works. There we go. Rubber. Rubber. Alternative recipe, rubber. Alright, I guess this recipe over there does nothing. We need to make liquid rubber, which we are not doing yet. Liquid rubber is made out of styrene and butadiene. That's green metal catalyst and stuff like that. Okay, let's stay with the tier 3 poles for now. It'll be fine. Good. And then the only thing I want to set up over here, so that we are ready, is the input over there. Good. I mean, since this is a very specialized setup, we could probably just parameterize it all, and we just need to set up the output parameters every time. I think that will be fine. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we just start over here with the top. First one was iron ore. Second one was copper ore. first one was aluminum? No, lead, aluminum. Lead, aluminum, titanium, and the last one is cobalt. Do you do copper iron then? No. Oh wait, yes. Fuck, you're correct. Copper, iron. So, copper station, iron station, lead station, aluminum station, titanium station, cobalt station. Something like this. Good. There's also a hunking large amount of radars being used over there. Can we move you over by one more? No, then you won't connect. We also need the power connection over here in the middle somehow. I guess you'll be fine. These power poles are just one too short. Unless we place them over here. And over there. And then we move you up a one. We move you up a one. We move you up a one. And you up a one. And you go over there. Oh, and then they nicely connect over there as well. Oh, I like that. We probably also want to combine all of these radars up. So pick up all of these. These are all passive providers, so they got green wires. Coming out this way, and we can take the green wire across. Into the radar over there. And then, of course, you're going to need one over there. That saves on radars. Good, 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 good. You just need to learn a new insult. Do you want to test it? If the Twitch filter can filter it out? He rolled a d20 for intelligence and came up 0. Oh. Oof. Alright. Power-wise, that should power up everything in there as well. That's good. Pum pum pum, pum pum pum. And then priorities are gonna be a thing, right? We could set some of these priorities over here at the end by hand. We could also set up the priorities based upon the fill state. Like, if one of these is filling up a whole bunch or is close to being full, then we could increase the priority output for them. And vice versa, if it's not as full, we could lower it again. With a priority at neutral, when we are below 2 shipments, or something like that. And the priority of... maybe just whoever is the fullest gets picked up first. But... no, that should still be fine. Yeah, let's do that. We definitely will need some kind of priority system in here. Alright, so... priority then. Let's see. Kind of thinking about it a bit. We will most likely need some kind of arithmetic combinator for that, first and foremost. So, we do know your entire full state. We could do... well, we kind of want to... we don't really care how full each one of these is. We might have an issue that they get filled up unequally. That could be the case. Do we want to make it so that they will fill up equally either way? We could put some more logic in over there as well, to make sure that these get filled up in a balanced way. But technically, this should already be good enough. Though, since we get like mixed store outputs over there, there could always be the case that... now, actually, it should never happen. This should be fine, because you put out on both sides, you put out on both sides, you pick up on both sides, you pick up on both sides. It should be fine, right? The only thing we could do is we... Can we do a comparison of these? We only have enable and disable. We can't check red or green wires. Nah, I think that's yet again overthinking it. Let's just leave it at that. We're just gonna assume it's gonna work like that. Speaking of, there's one thing we're kind of missing over here real quick. Some more bulk inserters. And if we only use 2 inserters over there, I think it will be fine. Because we're definitely not gonna get more than... I mean, these belts, they're gonna be full, but they're not gonna be that full. I mean, when I made these train stations over there, I kind of made them with yellow inserters still in mind. And yellow inserters are slow as fuck, but we got some decent inserters now. So it should be fine now. Can you turn the priority upside down so the simple ores get higher priority so they don't block processing for the rare ores? Ah, that's also a very good point. Yeah, let's have a bit more of a think about the priorities. Let me just update all of these inserters real quick. I mean, whoever is the fullest should be pulled out first. Oh, you mean the priority upside down over here? Well, if things get stuck, things will get stuck either way. I mean, if this guy over here gets stuck, like if we put like the most common ore at the end, we of course have a little bit more of a time frame before things get fully stuck. But if things start to back up over here, they will quite fast back up all the way over there. So basically, the ordering of these doesn't really make a lot of a difference. Which does tell me that, for example, if we want to make sure that we can always make ore over here, for example, if we always want to make a cobalt ore or titanium ore, we do need to pick up that iron ore or that copper ore over here as much as we can. Which means the approach with raising the priority for these stations, if they are filling up more and more, makes a lot of sense to me. Because we kind of want to pick up stuff over here, or whoever is fullest for whatever we want to pick up, we want to pick up that first. Doesn't matter what it is. So that these over here can keep on moving. We'll be getting tricky when dealing with ferrous processing and smelting that uses multiple ores. For the targeted ores, we are just manually going to set the priority for those stations to minimum. So only pick them up if there's a desire and nobody else can provide it. Even though they will most likely still be picked up the way we have implemented our system. But those kinds of stations will just be mandatory on minimum, so they are only there for top-ups. Or, alternatively, if we do need ferrous ore and we do need iron somewhere, we might just make it on site. Leute! Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Alright, yeah, this could work. So, let's use the same red wire over there to go over there. And the same green wire to go over there. We now got both inputs over there. For this one over there, it will be the cobalt ore, because we are at cobalt over there. What are we going to divide you by? Your stack size? I guess we can divide you by the stack size. Which we can set over here as an arbitrary number, because we can use parameters. And I think they're always like 200. But then again, if we already know... What we can divide it by is 200 times 2 for the amount of wagons times the stack sizes in those wagons, 40. That would be a full train shipment. However, if we divide it by a full train shipment, we get a value of 1. But we probably want to get the value up to 100. So if we have like a full train shipment, the priority should be sitting at 100. And for every little bit we go over that, we raise the priority by 1. So maybe divided by 160 apparently. Is that correct? 160? Wait a minute. Let's do this step by step. Stack size is 200 times 40 times 2. 2. That's a full shipment. And then divide this by 100. That's 160. Okay. Which means the moment that we have like 2 shipments available over here, the priority will automatically be at 200. And once we are above that, then we will be at the priority of at some point at maximum. Sure, why not? Seems reasonable. And we're gonna use you for your priority signal. Yeah, put that on the red wire. Set the priority over there. Sure. Something is being eaten. I can hear it in the background. Can we... Nah, we can't copy paste these together. There we go. We're just gonna do this the old school way. And of course, if it's below a full shipment, the priority will be lower than 1, but that doesn't really matter because the station won't be open. We could still put in some kind of a factor onto this. To maybe nudge it a little bit more in either direction, but I think this will be fine because the moment we got like 2 shipments in here, then we definitely want to have a pickup over there ASAP. So I think that is definitely absolutely fine. That's good over there. That's good over there. That's good over there. Sure. All right. And then the only thing we need to do over there is to use the correct orders over there. Let's also always check their stack sizes over there. But those stack sizes numbers over there will be set up by means of parameters. Here we go. This was iron, right? Yeah, iron then, and then copper. At prime? Yep, at prime. Sorry, Italic Viking might have got a bowling ball falling on his head. He'll be fine, don't worry about it. Good, 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 good. And then we got some lamps over here. The only place where we're missing lamps is in here. Let's put some lamps over there. That should be bright enough. And then we got ourselves a sorting unit. And the best part about this is if we sort less, we can just delete from over here. And then just have to do like a little quick manipulation over there. And we never need more. Cool. Wait a minute. We're still missing some wires over there. Oop, you over there. You over there. The only thing I'm a little bit uncertain about, let's test that real quick, is the signal input over there. Let's maybe test this somewhere where we have power. How about over here? That makes more sense. I'm a little bit uncertain what this actually pumps out for an answer. So if we got the green wire over there and the red wire over there, and let me just steal one of these real quick. Like you, and you over there, you're gonna be cobalt ore. And you're gonna be like something like 50. I don't know. And you're gonna be something like, actually 50 is a little bit small. Like you're gonna be 1000 and you're gonna be say 2000. And we combine that together, then we take the combined input, which will be 3000, and then we divide that by a priority signal. Okay, that'll be fine. That's working as expected. Sure. Alright, alright. Ah, there it is! Priority, please. Alright, let's make this a template. And we're gonna call this the ore sorting station block. And it's gonna get, oh boy, so many parameters. We do have to set the inputs and the outputs by hand. Where the oh yes, that's correct. That's not a parameter, that's just a value. The value of 50 over there, that's the value for priority inside the station. Wait a minute, that is correct. Good, you don't use priority, that'll be fine. Let's go again. So that will be the input. 7 times train stop priority. I guess it's still the value that's on the internal side. You're gonna be output 1, output 2, output 3, output 4, output 5, and output 6. We do have to set these by hand. Pom 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 pom. This one over there. Oh boy. That's not gonna work like that, is it? No, that's not gonna work like that. Same for this one over there. We have to check. We have to quickly check all the stack sizes there. If all the stack sizes over there magically are adding up to 200, it'll be fine. But I don't think now I can already tell they are not. F7 and N4 are not like that. So we need to adjust this a little bit. You over there, you're gonna be... Yeah, 160 will be fine over there. You're gonna be 161. 162. 163. 164. And 165. Good. And then you over there, you're going to be 8,000, 8,000. That'll be fine. You're going to be 8,001. You're going to be, wait a minute, 8,002. Would be great if there would be like a button to maybe not accumulate certain values in those parameters. There's probably also a better way to do this, but this is usually how I make it work. And it kind of works for me. Six? Wait a minute. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these is kind of off. You're at 5. You're at 2. You're at 3. Alright. Doesn't matter. The number can be off. As long as the number is the same, it should be fine. I think you used osmium instead of titanium in the combinator? Really? I did? That's all cobalt ore. Well, we can check in the parameter pack real quick. If there's osmium ore in here, we know that I've made a wrong decision over here somewhere. Nah, there's no osmium in here. Alright, and now we need to make sense of all of these values. But that seems to be correct. Oh, this is still happening, isn't it? Oh, yes, it is. Can we even set that recipe? Before we indulge into this, make this a parameter. Put you over there. Wait. Make this a parameter. Check. Put it over there. Yeah, we can put this in there as well. Perfect. Alright. I mean, it needs to be complicated once, so it will no longer be complicated ever. And we can't use ingredient off of these, so this is gonna be input. Move you up. Recipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is gonna be ingredient 1. It's not ingredient, it's output. Output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Then And then you have to start fucking over again. If we could, like, get this into some kind of intermediate state where I can save it and then edit it, that would be so good. Oh, alright. Input, recipe. Output 1. Output 2. I like the parameters, but every now and then they are just so fucking annoying to set up. But once you do have it set up, they're so fucking amazing. But getting to that point is just like, oh, what the fuck, man? Save the blueprint, make changes, then use the copy on the new area function so you don't have to start over. Yeah, but we need to alter values in here so they even show up in here. I can't save it, because then I will... Well, maybe I can save it. But I would still need to make a new blueprint. And use the copy new area function so you don't have to start over. The copy new... We're gonna give that a try soon. It'll be fine for now. Alright, this is a parameter because this is based upon the formula. That is based upon your input. That is parameter 0 stack size times 40 times 2. Yes. Same for these. Same for those. Same for these. Same for those. Same for these. Just with different formulas. Make the changes even for the values, then use the copy new area. It's only visible in already saved blueprints. Ah, that might be also the reason why I never really got to that, you know. Alright, this will be parameter 2, stack size, times 40 times 2. Parameter 3, stack size, times 40 times 2. Parameter 4, stack size, times 40 times 2. 2. Parameter 5, stack size, times 40 times 2. 2. I'm fat fingering everything today. Parameter 6, stack size, times 40 times 2. Motherfucking 2. What happens when you get better train wagons? Technically, nothing much. We can, of course, just take this and alter the stack size over there, and then just replace it. That would be one way to do that. Alternatively, we could just leave it like that, and the train might just show up early, and it will hang around for a bit, and then just get filled up, and then we'll sort off whenever it's full. We could also technically update the train schedule. Instead of like waiting for full, we just wait for inactivity or something like that, or wait for full and wait for inactivity. Well, it's both the same. It's going to be the same. So that we can leave with like somewhat full trains. Best case scenario, the train will be full. Worst case scenario, the train will be fine. And there's multiple ways we could handle that. All right, and then these were the parameters for the priority. 3, 4, 5, 6. These are also done with formulas. And that's going to be parameter 2, stack size. Divided. No, wait. That's already getting divided. So the parameter 2, stack size, times 40, times 2, divided by 100. We can use brackets, right? But we already have that, don't we? We can give this a variable. We can give this... Well, maybe not you. But we do need to flop you around then. Because these need to be in order. Oh, we were really maxing it today, aren't we? We also didn't do you. Wait a minute. There's something off over here. That's copper. That's iron. That's lead. Aluminum. Oh, there's a parameter 7. Never mind. Parameter 7, stack size times 40 times 2. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs. We're going to give this a variable. This is going to be parameter 2 load. Parameter 3 load. Parameter 4 load. It's like, or shipment size or something like that. Parameter 5, I'm just going to call it load. Parameter 6 load. Parameter 7 load. Because then we can use that over there, right? Yeah, parameter 2 load number from above. P2 load divided by 100. Then we don't use brackets. And this over there is going to be parameter 3 load divided by 100. we're absolutely maxing out parameters over here. Put titanium into a parameter? Ah. Yep. But then something is off, isn't it? Because this is copper, iron, lead, aluminum, titanium. What the fuck are you? You're something else. Oh. Alright, we're gonna give this a try. Save it. Create it. So... that salesman you mentioned? Where is that? There it is. Now it's titanium. Alright, so... you make the changes, even for the values, and use the copy new area. It's only visible for already saved blueprints. Alright. Copy new area. You mean select new contents for the blueprint? And then we just do this? Oh, what the fuck, man? Might work, but... oh, this is kind of worse, isn't it? Because these need to be in order. Derpa, 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 fucking hell. Derpa, 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 derpa. These over here have no value. Better than starting over, right? Well, it's still partially starting over. Because this is still going to be like input, recipe, output 1, output 2, output 3, output 4, output 5, output 6. And then we also have to check all of them. Because you're parameter 0. You're you? Yes, that fits. You're parameter 2. That's the copper one. You're the wrong fucking way around, aren't you? No, you're the right way around. That's fine. Then that's for the iron. That is parameter 3. These numbers are also just doing my head in. Output 1, value 2. Output 2, value 3. Oh, fucking hell. But yes, you are output 2, which is parameter 3. You are... your output number 3, which is parameter 4, right? That's lead, yes. Alright, this is also still lead, that is still iron, that's all fine, that's all fine. I think it will all be fine. I'm just gonna roll with it. You're gonna be parameter 6, load side, divide by 100. And you're gonna be parameter 7, load, divide by 100. This we don't care, that we don't care, this we don't care, that we don't care, this we don't care, and that we don't care. I mean, all the numbers I would be expecting to be in there are in there. Or sorting station. Delete this, we're gonna check it. We're gonna place one. Input is, for example, gonna be purified sapphirite. The recipe for that is gonna be purified sapphirite, iron, copper, silicon, nickel, titanium, tungsten, and 4. Wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, some of these sometimes have a 7 output, apparently. Let's go for Jivolite then. Fucking hell. Jivolite. Iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, cobalt, tungsten. Iron. Wait, iron, aluminum? Really? Iron, copper, aluminum. There we go. Iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, I think it was. Yeah, the purifier is made over there, but we're not purifying it over there. We are sorting it. This is the sorting recipe, where we take in the purified Jivolite and we sort it into iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, cobalt, tungsten. So iron, copper, aluminum, zinc. What was the last one? It's not copper. Cobalt and tungsten. Cobalt and tungsten. Alright. Let's check. So, station name over there is correct. Values over there, that seems correct? Question mark? That is not correct. This is an incorrect value. This value is twice as high as it should be. That needs to be halved down. Same for these. These are too high. This value over there is correct. Alright, we already have an issue. Undo. We can probably just alter it in there, right? Yes, we can. This is not times... Well, it is and it is not times 2. Ugh. We can adjust. We can adjust. Divided by this. Because we check both, basically do a check per wagon. But since we removed the multiplication by 2 over there, we need to also divide this by a different number, because this number is now twice as small. We need to divide. Do we need to divide by 50 now? Divide by 2, divide by 100. That's divided by 50, right? Yeah, it will be division by 50. Because we take the same value and we just divide it by 50. But that will come up with a different conclusion. Sup, hello there. I'm just gonna do the thing I know will work. Even though it might be an extra step, it's an extra step we can afford. I would rather play it safe than gonna think I know the correct answer to this, just to realize it wasn't the correct answer, not plus 2. Multiplied by 2. Because in computation terms, this is nothing. Let the computer do the computer things. Here we go. That should be fine now. But, does it look more like Voodoo Magic 2? This is blueprint parameterization. And once you set it up correctly, it's fucking amazing. But setting it up sometimes is a bit of a bitch. Alright, we're gonna give it one more test. We're gonna be sorting purified Juvolite, for example. We need to set the recipe for that, which is Juvolite sorting over there. The main output for Juvolite sorting is iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, cobalt. Alright. So we're gonna get out of here iron, copper, aluminum, zinc, cobalt, and the last one was tungsten. And tungsten, put it down. Need to fix the 7 output too? I think it was fine, right? Because the stack size is 200, a wagon size is 40 slots, 200 times 40 is 8,000. So this is correct. We divide the total amount in both by 160. That will give us the priority signal. This station name over there is set correctly as well. Good. What the fuck is this wire? When did this happen? I mean, this wire doesn't really do much. But since when is that in there? I was certain of the output of 7 instead of 6. Yeah, but that's only gonna happen for the Stereotype and for the Sephirite. I think for those two, I'll just do the fix by hand. I don't think... because, let's put it like this. This is probably the only 2 recipes that have 7 outputs. And most of the time, I'm gonna be deleting outputs. And we're only gonna be deleting outputs for things that have less. And those are the only 2 that have more. I think if I add those 2, I will be deleting more than I will be adding. Or I will be spending more time deleting stuff than adding stuff. So for those 2, we're just going to put the addition on the end by hand. Probably hope it will. We can check. Let's check. Alright, let's check then. Wait. Oh. Oh, that's sneaky. I was looking at what was in the description over there because I thought the description would be accurate. The recipe, however, tells me something entirely different. What the hell? Yeah, these have 7 outputs. These have 6. That's 6. That's 6 again. 6. 5. 5 again. Alright, there's some more crystals over here at the end. Yeah, that's definitely the issue with multiple mods. But that's also like just like a string housing. What? Alright. That's this over there. That's 6. That's 6 as well. That's 6. I'm pretty sure that all of these will end up at 6. But I'll double check just for you. That's 6 again. And then you over there, 6. And you over there at the end, 6 again. Yeah, there's only 2 that will give us a little bit more than 6 outputs. Yeah, for those 2. We're only going to make like 1 or 2 of those. I'm just going to put it in by hand. Alright. Yeah, that extra green wire over there, that's a bit annoying. Can we... Can we fix it like this as well? How did that even get in there, that extra wire? Was I just not paying attention? I don't understand where that extra wire is coming from all of a sudden. Unless I was absolutely terrible, but I'm pretty sure I only connected up the power poles and then those over there individually. I might have to just watch my own stream back after this, just to make sure I'm not going crazy over here. Alright, green wire still goes over there, green wire goes up over there, and green wire goes in over there together. Ah, there it is. You can barely see it. Alright, pum pum pum, pum pum pum, pum 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 pum. That looks better. Fuck! I'm not quite sure how much better this is. It's still fucking annoying, not gonna lie. At least all the formulas over there are still correct and everything else over there is still correct. At least we're saving time on that, but... Why can't it save the input name? Anti-order. Replace without selecting anything, the blanks param say. So about the cow level in Diablo 4 after recent expansion rumors going to check. Well, how to put it like this. Diablo 4 can go fuck itself. If you enjoy it, that's fine. But I'm just not a big fan of Blizzard games anymore. Like, oof. And if they actually have to put in the cow level just to get the nostalgia going again for other people, then they're just doing it wrong. How about coming up with something more fun and new? Nah, instead, hey, remember the cow level everybody liked so much? We've put it back in there. I do understand that nostalgia is a very, very great tool to use, but at the same time, come on, Blizzard, you can do better. Don't you guys have phones? Exactly. I mean, that part about Diablo on mobile, from a marketing point of view, just pure marketing, it was correct. Because the biggest market out there for computer games to make the biggest profit on is mobile. And that market is also the Asian market. Because in Asia, having a desktop is rare. Everybody over there plays on their phones. And as such, if Blizzard wants to make the most amount of money, they should, of course, target mobile players, especially in Asia. So, from a marketing standpoint, that was the correct choice. But talking about that in front of an American audience of a whole bunch of people with big, beefy desktop PCs wanting to play another great game of Diablo, yeah. Not putting an account level into the base game while eluding it might there was really crappy of them. Oh, they also did that? Ah. Yeah, Blizzard. I've lost all trust in Blizzard. At the moment, I trust them more than Stream Elements. Because fuck Stream Elements! Pum 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 pum. And people have been searching for it since the launch of Diablo 4 due to that. Alright, I think this is fine now. Save. I'm not touching it anymore. If it's broken now, it's broken forever. I don't give a fuck anymore. I also like that you have a laptop and you hardly use it over your desktop. I mean, yes, that's also perfectly fine. I mean, Laptop is also in good use, though I always have very much concerns about laptops and having heating issues. Though then again, you could also still just get yourself like a beefy desktop PC. You don't even need to use it, but you can just quite elegantly remote desktop into your system the entire time. If you have Steam, and you use like Steam, what is it called? Steam Play, I think it's just called. But like if you're like in your own home network and you got Steam installed on like a beefy desktop PC and Steam installed on like a crappy notebook, Steam Link, there we go, thank you, Rogavian. Then you can just play the game via Steam Link on your beefy desktop while actually playing it on your mobile apparatus of your choice. Could even be a mobile device. And it will work flawlessly. You can basically what you can do with Nvidia, with their Nvidia Play, you can just do that in-house. You install the time for your laptop? That's a very good choice. Good. Alright. It's about time that we put down these ore sorting machines. It might also be about time. I mean, if we're already going to do the big boy ore sorting, we might as well also go for the better ore processing in general. I mean, we don't really lose much out if we purify our crystals. The ore purification for the crystals is just one additional step, and it's a very simple step. It's just an ore refinery over there, which does eat a bit of blue processors. But the recipe that we're going to be using over there to do that kind of processing, let's put you over there again. For example, if we want to make the crystals, it's just put crystal in, take crystal out. That's it. It's just one more step. And if we kind of have a look over here at what we lose over there between the steps, we don't really lose anything, I think. For example, if we would do the crystal sorting over there, just the pure crystal sorting, we get 1 slag, 3 iron ore, 1 copper, 1 silicon, 1 nickel, 1 titanium, and 1 N4. And if we upgrade that to purified stuff, we get 3 iron. We actually get 1 copper piece more out of that. Interesting. 1 silicon, 1 nickel, 1 titanium, 1 tungsten, and 1 N4. Do we actually get... No, we put in 1 more ore in, I see. Yeah, because over here, in this sorting recipe, we put in 9 sapphire crystals. We lose 1 to slag. And over here, we put in 10 purified sapphirites. So we get 50% more copper ore out of it. And 1 more rare material, which we can start using then. You also run some heavy AI models on your desktop for dev tasks for no time. So connecting your laptop remotely to them helps that a lot. Yes. I mean, that's why I have like an AI server in the cellar. I can offload any kind of AI task onto that thing. It used to be a mining rig. And for like smaller networks, I can still use like the more crappy GPU cards. And for more sophisticated AI networks, I just use like the 5060 Ti I have in there. The 16 gigabyte variant, perfect card for that. Cheap as fuck and does just well enough and can load whatever it needs. And rare stable streams become rarely lately. Game streams. Maybe, Velas, maybe. Alright. But purification. Did we just rebuild this as well? If you kind of think about it, we could integrate the entire chain. At the moment, I don't want to do the blueprint again. But at the moment, no, we should not do that. We should definitely not do that. What we should do is... We definitely want to mix and match, because we move stuff around in the crush state, because some recipes require the crush state. We do also move stuff around in the chunk state, because some require the chunk state. We technically could also move stuff around in the crystal state, because some recipes require the crystals. Does any recipe actually require the purified stuff? Yes. There are targeted ore refining recipes over here that also eat the purified stuff. Alright. But redoing this over here might also seem like a great idea. And maybe also integrate the entire setup over here. Because at the moment we got like the waterworks down over there. And reintegrate this over there. Alright, let's go for it. Pom 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 pom. I need the space over there. This might be enough space over there. How much space is over there? A little bit of space over there. Alright, let's start. Pom pom pom. Ore sorting. We have already got crushed stuff. I think we can already make... Yeah, we can already make the tier 3 flotation cells. So we're going to start off with the highest degree we can make. And we're just going to do that for example, for Sephiroth for now. I think your brother has a 2060 lying around somewhere. Came across in a video on how to get 17 tokens per second out of it. I mean, I used it back in the day to do some Ethereum mining. And that kind of worked. I got like, I think like 2 Ethereum out of it. I basically had to use that Ethereum to pay the power bill because I kind of came up net negative. But it was kind of neat to set it up. It was kind of fun to set it up. Good. Pum 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 pum. We're gonna need one of these. We're gonna need one of these. And then we're also gonna need one of these. So that will be the entire setup. Let's put in the recipes real quick and check the ratios. So 1.5, 1, 1.5. The crafting speeds are a bit odd. You're already at your highest speed? Yes, you are. Let's just put these down real quick so I can check their crafting speeds. How it will scale out in the end. Pom 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 and pom pom pom. So you each 3, you make 1.5 and you make 1.5. So technically these will be going 1 to 1. And then these over there will be going 2 to 1. So that's something we could keep in mind. However, if we want to reuse the sulfuric wastewater from you into you to you also go 2 to 1. Unless we want to top it off with some sulfuric acid from an outside source, which we could still do. We can also do that for the ammonium process, not the ammonium process, for the nitrate process, but we got one that uses fluoric acid. And for the fluoric acid, which I think is that you? Yeah, fluoric wastewater. You over there, you make like 50 fluoric wastewater per craft. That fluoric wastewater over there, we turn that into half a fluoride. And half a fluoride, we turn into 25 hydrofluoric acid. And your process over there requires... Oh. Did I say 25 or 2.5? 2.5. Oh. 1 fluoride ore makes 10 fluoric acid. We get half one, so we get 5 fluoric acid of that. Oh, will this actually work 1 to 1? No, it doesn't work 1 to 1 because it's 2 crystals in and 2 chunks out. Yeah, this is a pure 2 to 1 for this one over there. We could still set it up 2 to 1. Like I already said, we do also want to use the chunks. And all the crystals coming out of it will probably also be very useful. Because we can turn that into other amazing stuff as well. So we definitely want to be running more crystals. Yeah, let's just go for like a 2 to 2 to 1 ratio. Or a 4 to 2 to 1 in this case. And make a build out of that. And then if some of them will still want some top-ups in terms of sulfuric acid or nitric acid or fluoric acid, we can set it up as well. Alright. So delete this. Even though at the moment these ratios over here are a little bit scuffed, we are just gonna go with it. And then of course the question is, how do we set these up the best? I mean... They have the same footprint. They are just... Ooh, they look like slightly off, but they do have the same footprint. This would be one little small unit over there. Pom 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 pom. You go over there. You will get a feeding line from the middle. Let's use blue belt for that. And then it's probably going to be very similar to the one we've already set up. And then we're just going to scale it up however far we think we need to. Because you're going to be making double chunks. You don't need all those chunks. Yeah, that'll be fine. Alright, let's just move this out over there real quick. And let's make this in 20 of these. They do consume like 1.5 pieces of ore per second. So that's going to be 3. And then times 10, that's going to be 30. That seems like a decent rate. We don't have, however, beacons planted this one yet. Wait a minute. Beacons, you say? Do we get the ability to put prot mods in there? No. If we can't put prot mods in there, I don't think we need to put a beacon in there, because we can just put the speed modules inside of the machine itself. A beacon could be used to put maybe some efficiency modules in them, or to just make them faster. But then again, if we do think about beacons, there's no reason to not put a beacon right over there. Like, there is space for it. And if there's space for it, let's make one. We should maybe also do whatever we need to do over here to put the beacon tech in. But I'm only going to be putting in up to 1 beacon in there. I don't want to over baconize myself over here. So this should be like 20 machines. There we go. We could technically also put another beacon in over there. We could also put more beacons over there. I mean, we could still put these in afterwards as well. If we really want even more beacons in here, there would still be more than enough space over there for more beacons. We can plan space for beacons. There we go. And then same thing for over there. Just delete this real quick, delete that real quick. That will be going this way. I'll just put you there for the outside real quick, and you'll be going that way. Double, double, double. Good. And then you're gonna get an output like this, an output like that, and then good. One thing you might learn out by has been too lazy to buy Nvidia stock back in 2018, despite knowing they're gonna skyrocket. Yeah. I have a whole list of things like that where I was like, I kind of knew they would be going big, and I never really acted upon it. And then I look at the stock price, I'm going to be like, fuck. I have bob inserters? Yes and no. I don't really want to use weird, squiggly inserters. My inserters need to be straight. I'm a very much an inserter purist, more or less. Good, but with this, we're going to plan for one. Actually, we could even take the beacon out. Let's maybe... That'll be fine, it'll be fine. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Hey there, mate, thank you for the follow. And then we're just going to place some power poles like this. And put some lamps in there. Did .NET die? What the hell? Alright. Yeah, this will be beacon optimized. We can place up to 6 beacons around the setup. That's all we need. We don't really have that much power for it, but we got a decent amount of power for it. And then we can stick them together like this. And I want to have a total of 20 of these. There we go. Perfect. That's gonna be a bit more of a sophisticated build than what we're doing over there. Which was a good build. This was great. This did us so much good work. Until that kind of died, the developers would be in the streets celebrating. I'm not up to date with that, but Macallan, the user side is apparently of the opinion that .NET has died. I don't mind. It can die, for all I care. Okay, this over here will also then need a water purification and an acid station close by to it. But let's also then build these over there with a little bit of... Can we flip you? Oh, fuck, yes, we can. With the same idea in mind, and it's gonna be an identical build, isn't it? It's gonna be this, that, this. Pom 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 pom. Again, we're gonna put the outputs on the outside, the inputs in the middle. I don't really have that many commands, Catalogluga, but you can try. I mean, my bot integration over here is kind of terrible, to be perfectly honest. Alright. Good. Yeah, this will be more or less identical. Power pole. Don't forget the lights, dark as crap. Yes, sadly, blueprint lights just don't work without power. But these we can have a little more. There we go. Good. We're gonna do this as a 2-to-1 ratio. So basically, we're gonna need of this still like 10 of these. This is 2 of these. That's 4 of these. That will be 10 of these. Good. Let's just pole connect them like this. We're gonna have to do like a little bit of fancy belt work over there also. Oh fuck, wait a minute. Use the filter over there. You over there, you're gonna be chunk. And you over there, you're gonna be not chunk. And if we do it like this, I will need to re-rotate some of these machines, but that's fine. Good. And let's just take all of these, take the power poles out and the pipes out. I think we can just do this. And voila. That'll be fine. Good. We should still have a space over there because there could be a beacon over there. And there could be a beacon over there. Let's just place some beacons real quick so I can see where they would be in theory. Technically, there, over here, could be beacons. Now, this makes this a bit rough, doesn't it? Let's see. We do want to split off 50-50. Well, not really split off. A priority of this stuff should go into there. That will be our input bucket over there. And then we also got an output bucket over there. If we just add like a little bit more space, it'll be fine. Enough space that we can put the power pole over here in the middle. It needs to be, it's off by 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, fucking hell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 over there. And the power poles over here, nice in the middle. Then we can take the beacons out, because now we no longer need to worry too much about them. Pick up these real quick. Input. Because now we can do the easier thing, and the easier thing is just going to be putting down the splitter over there, and the splitter over there. Upper priority over there will be into refinement. You go the other way around. Put it together like this, and then you get the upper priority at the bottom over there, where we are going to be putting this thing over there. Good. Alright, and then we will need an output for you. This will also be the output over there for the crystals. And then this is an output pipe. That's an output pipe. We don't really care much about that. Lights are overrated? No, they're not. Lights are the best thing ever. We can just keep flushing everything down the same path. Though at the same time, wait a minute. We only need 2 belts for the end total. Because technically and practically, you go this way. Move together. Let's do an underground over there real quick. Oh, it's too close. We can't place a beacon then. Then don't do that. Whereas you go downwards. Into there. Meet up over there. Good. Insist for the chunks no longer have the long end fix? Fucking hell. We'll fix it in a second. Good. This is just like to shuffle some of the chunks up to the top and some of the crystals to the bottom, so that we have like 1 full belt for crystals and 1 full belt for extra chunks. Yeah, these are all... Alright. Can we just do this? Nope. Can we do this? Yes. Alright, that'll be fine. Good. Alright. Doesn't really matter where what is at the end. We're just gonna make this as a very basic default station. What was the final ratio? It was 1:1, wasn't it? Or was it 2:1? It was 2:1, right? Let's just double check real quick. Best leeching plant to best of you. You got a crafting speed of 1.5, a crafting speed of 1.5. If you want to make crystals and you want to make purified ones, it's, yeah, 2 of these going to 1 of these. However, 1, 2, 3, 4. We do also want to get some crystals out. We kind of want to do all of these. So I kind of dislike that this is now 5. I kind of want to double it up again a little bit more, but this is already pretty big. Can we put prot mods in any of these? Not over there. And we'll back up if we get the lower tier. I mean, the way we set it up right now, we do need to process this stuff. And we do need to process this stuff as well. That's actually a very valid question. You can either make it 1-to-1. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this has too many options. What we should do is, if we want to make chunks, we make a machine that just makes chunks. Full stop. And then we can make another machine that makes chunks into crystals, and as such, only makes crystals. And then we can have a third machine that makes chunks into crystals into, what are these called? Purified. Just purified. And then if either of those machines get backed up, it will not affect the overall process. The only thing that, of course, will affect all of these 3 together is the amount of geodes we get out of this. Because that's always going to be a thing. But we should technically just have like 1 machine over there that just does geodes. 1 machine that just does chunks. 1 machine that does chunks into crystals. And 1 machine that does chunks into crystals into purified. Just have 3 of them. So this over there is definitely fine. But let's redo this a bit. Alternatively, of course, we could also just do a machine that only does chunks, and then a machine that only does crystals, and a machine that only does purified, and then let the train system handle it. That could also work. But then again, I don't see any reason for letting the train system handle this, because it would be a waste of a train, in my opinion. Because technically, these 3 machines will be right next to each other. We could still optimize it a bit and maybe do some side loading where one of those machines can side load to the other machine if things back up, but I don't think we need to. And we can still do the wastewater recycling, but that would then definitely... Actually... Oh, no, actually. A bit. We might still need to occasionally bring in some sulfuric acid if for whatever reason... Actually, no, it makes no sense. We would still have our 2-to-1 ratio. Alright, sorry, I need to think about this for a bit. Yeah, the crystal machine will never get stuck by the chunk machine if we are backing up with chunks, if we don't export... That was a weird sentence to say. If we got a dedicated machine that only makes crystals out of the chunks that we make on site for that machine, then that machine will never get backed up by chunks not being processed, because we process the chunks 1-to-1. Yes, because this is technically a 1-to-1 ratio. We would need to add additional sulfuric acid over here, but then again, handling sulfuric acid is not that much of an issue, because we can just recycle all the sulfuric wastewater from other places, and we just bring it in and turn it into sulfuric wastewater, as sulfuric acid. Well, one machine is purified, and when you back up, export the crystals and back up when you chunk it. Yeah, that's what I mean with side loading. Though I think, well, maybe we back up on purified, who knows? Could be the case. But giving them optional outputs, yes, I think that's going to be a way better idea. So let's take these out real quick a little bit. Let's just adjust you a little bit. You are rather big now. Because if we want to make multiples of these, I don't really want to make multiples of these in this size. 20 of these is already quite a bit, and 20 of these will be making about... they do only consume 30 purified ores. This might actually be the correct size. We would have like 3 of these on top of each other. Because I'm still trying to make everything at the same time. Do we need every option? Yes and no. It's very mixed. I mean, the more we purify the base ores, or the sorting ores, let's call them the sorting ores, the more advanced materials we get out of them. We also, of course, get more basic materials out of them. And we can't really tell quite well which of the basic materials we are going to consume more or less of. It really kind of depends on what kind of base you build. Now, there's a way around that. We could, of course, at any given point in time... I mean, we could also just say, fuck it all, and just go pure Tiberium. I don't really want to go pure Tiberium. That feels like such a cheap cop-out. We're probably still going to use Tiberium ore conversion for things we really need a lot more of, and we just can't really make for whatever reason. Then we're going to use Tiberium ore conversion for that. But I do kind of want to solve the Angel and Bob puzzle as it is intended, more or less. Now, of course, there is another way to do ore sorting, and that is by taking multiple different either purification level type of sorting ores and combine them together with a catalyst. And then we can make some kind of targeted ore. Like bobmonium. We now have bobmonium. We don't need to worry about bobmonium anymore. But for example, there's of course always these recipes over here, where for example we can make straight up platinum ore by combining purified cruthenium, purified rubite, purified bobmonium and a hybrid catalyst. Or alternatively, we can also make pure iron ore by combining crushed giffolite, crushed saphirite and mineral catalyst. These recipes are always available to us and are always a way to do it, but for that we would need things like mineral sludge, and the only place where we can get mineral sludge from is either by crushing or melting stones, or alternatively, alright, everything is fine over there, or alternatively melting crystals. Now we're doing both at the moment, and I kind of have the feeling that our melting operation over there is kind of slowing down a bit because we're backed up on bobmonium. Yes, and then of course there's also the other way of doing it by crushing ferrous mixture together. This has its own purification line, which also requires crystals and chunks. and gets us. That goes down then the path of the electro winding cell, which I guess we get out of. Wait a minute. When do we get this? We do ferrous dust over there, and then ferrous dust over there. We can leach that into ferrous slurry, which we can then turn into ferrous concentrate, which we can then electroline into anodized ferrous concentrate, which we can then crystallize into ferrous crystals, which we can then either turn into pure thorium ore with a catalyst, or alternatively we can turn it into chrome, cobalt, nickel, manganese, and iron. And mineral sludge also can directly make it directly without the catalyst. Yes, also very true. But that's a very slow process. That's basically that process over here we only do if we are really, really backing up on catalyst or on sludge. And we are backing up on sludge quite hard, actually. We might actually have a slag problem over here sooner or later. We might already have a slag problem. We're about to have a slag problem. All right. Good, but you know what? In my opinion, I think the best way to do this is to keep open every path, and either we solve it with priorities, or we solve it by just turning stations on and off if we need them or not to, or starting machines on and off if we don't need them to. I think that would be the easiest way to do so, which then comes up to the question, how big do we need to make this? Well, technically, how big is our sorter? I think that's the answer we're looking for. Our sorter. If we go for a max speed sorter over there, that would be this one over there. And if we start sorting, for example, sapphire chunks, you eat up to 9 chunks per second without any speed. We can definitely say that we can go up to twice the speed level at least, so up to a crafting speed of 4. Probably even above that, though then again, you also have the ability to get proc mods on you, so you'll be slowing down a bit again. But what will be the final answer over here? I guess our target over there will be something around, like, say, 80 chunks per second. This is not 80 chunks per second. This over here is 30 chunks per second, at least at this speed. 60 chunks per second if we put a bit of speed around it, and we can definitely get it up in a higher speed if we put more chunks around it. So you know what? I think this is the correct size for you. Let's go with this. But... and now comes the part that's gonna be a bit over the top. We're gonna go with 3 rows of these. That's big. That's so fucking big. That's only for Sephirite. We got like 10 ores. Oh, it's gonna hurt. We got like 10, at least 10 different ores. I'm actually not quite sure how many ores we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over there. And then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. At least 15 ore types. Is it really 15? So we're gonna have this machine 15 times over. And actually, I might be overthinking it a little bit in terms of how big it actually is. I don't think it's actually that big. I definitely think I had bigger. But yeah, we're gonna have then 2 of these. And then we're just gonna add 1 more on top. So that we can add... yeah, we do... What the fuck happened over here? Alright. Something is kinda off. So we can have 1 more over there. So that we can have 6 of these at the end. What the fuck? I mean, we can make one of these. And then see where we end up. I mean, just hook it up to train stations and call it a day. It'll be fine. I mean, how much do you eat? It's 72 times 1.5, so 108. 108 ores per second. Crushed ores per second, that is. Do you even make that much? How much is coming out of you? 6, 12, 24, 36, 72. I need to drink. The good thing is, with more advanced trains, I mean, we already have access to... We already have access to the highest steel wagon. Oh, that's good, actually. And I think the highest steel wagon has 80 cargo slots. We can't see it over there because the interface is kind of stupid. Yeah, 80. These are double size. Alright. So we can bring in a tremendous amount of ores. I kind of feel like this feels somehow it somehow feels wrong. We can also use the extra space over there for water purification. That we need so much water purification over there. How much is this gonna be even? Let's say it's 40. It's a little bit less than that, but I'm just gonna... Actually, we can calculate it for 37.5. That is gonna be 70, and then... That's not 75, is it? No, fuck it is. Never mind. So, 75, 150... 4 is 150, 450, 900, 2,700 purified water per second. Without beacons. Keep in mind, beacons. We're still thinking in terms of beacons. And also keep in mind that the only reason we're building it this big is so that we don't get stuck at the end. I think I'm just going to commit to this. I like this a lot more. This is way better scalable at this stage of the game. And we're just going to live with the fact that we might get stuck. And we might just want to optimize the inputs and the outputs over there. Yeah, and we're focusing on the beacons as well. Now you stay over there. And then we just focus beaconized throughput. And I think it will be fine. Because we left all the space over there for the beacons. So we can really speed up this machine if we really want to. And we can still just splice off stuff. This is still a 2-to-1 ratio. And this over there is a 2-to-1 ratio. So we still got the original plan in place. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Let's go for this. I like this just way better. Alright, so we already kind of did this once, so we need to redo it again. One further over. So that you're nice in the middle? Yes. Alright. We only were at this step once. We're back at the same step. We also don't need you. You back up. Excellent. Alright, so these will be the chunks. The chunks will be split off into 2 groups. We're going to prioritize feeding the next higher level of purification, but it will back up quite fast. So we're going to have you over there, and we're going to you over there. We're basically back to the same point, but at least we kind of thought about every possibility, and we came to a conclusion. I'm happy about that. There we go. Alright, and then chunks go over there. Done. We got extra chunks that are coming along over there. That will go through there. That's the chunk output. We definitely ended up building it slightly different than before, but I think that's fine. Whereas you over there, this is going to be the crystal output. Here we go. Good, 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 good. There we go. Perfect. And then crystals go into there, or chunks go to there, will be turned into crystals. Crystals go on the belt. And then we do the exact same thing over there again. So we're just going to move you back a bit. Gonna place like a power pole over there, and over there. This will tell us when the machine will be. This power pole should be somewhere over there, with then you somewhere over there. That is too low, or too high. And then you over there, you over there, you over there, and you over there. Delete these. Good. You're also gonna get an input over there. Times 3. You're gonna get an output over there. Good. We can probably also already stretch you out by 1 and stretch you out by 1, so we got a little bit more of a smoother angle over there. Lovely. Something's being eaten. I don't give a fuck. Good. Then that's your main output. Your main output, we're gonna do more or less the exact same thing as we did over there. Well, more or less the exact same thing. It's actually absolutely not the exact same thing. Because the top belt over there, we don't need to cross merge. Nor the bottom belt. Let's see. Yeah, this will be the combination of extra crystals. So we got... Oh, that would actually be great. If we have chunks, crystals, and the other things over there. Wait a minute. We got the... If we have chunks, crystals, and everything on the bottom, and then geodes at the top, that would be great. And the geodes at the moment are going to the top. That will be the geode belt. Excellent. The geode belt will just continue on over there. On top of you. That will be the geode belt. Whereas all the way at the bottom over there, we don't need you actually, and we don't need you. Do we have the same thing over there? No, we don't. But we definitely do not need you. That's gonna be gone. Same thing for you. Good. Let's make this a little bit nicer. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Technically, we don't even need an underground over there. Practically, I'm still going to keep it over there just to keep it in pace with everything else, because the beacon is only going to be living over there. There's no need for an underground, but it kind of looks nice like this, so it'll be fine. Alright, let's get the insertions in. So that is what we're going to be putting down our purified into there. That will be put out over there. This over here still looks fine-ish. We split you off with the priority going to the next processing step. But else will be backing up over there and will be going down over there. So crystals. No, purified crystal chunks. Good. Move it out again. Excellent. These then come together over here one more time. You just go down. Merge it over there. And then we got these 3 outputs over there, and we got 1 output over there, which we can then send off into a train station. And now comes the big question. Do we put train stations in this template already, or do we not do that? We could. We definitely could. Also, why does this look so funky over there? Oh, that's because there's a little bit of, what we call it, a landfill over there. That's fine. That doesn't really matter too much. I mean, if we're already thinking about adding train stations to this as well, then... yeah, I guess we can start over there with this. Let's start with the geodes first. You would then be the blue... actually, wait a minute. Do we get... oh, wait a minute. I never checked that. I've never checked, really, what we... we can do the purification with those ores as well, do we? Yes. We don't get geodes out of these. What the fuck? No geodes? What the hell is this? Alright, fair enough. So, occasionally we might want to delete a geode station. Which means... yeah, let's make the first station the geode station. You'll be a geode. You'll be chunks. Actually, we'll be the other way around. You'll be purified. You'll be crystals. And you'll be chunks. Because this one over there is going to be the crystals. This one over there is going to be the chunks. Not the chunks, the crystals, the purified, and now the chunks. There we go. And where this on top over there, that will be the geodes. If geodes are actually available. Good. And then, of course, well, do we need the priority setting for this? Not really. Because we're not really going to be making chunks and geodes and everything else anywhere else. So, no priority required over there. Just do it like this. Good. But now we've got like something more like a snaked machine over there. And this we can easily set up with trains. Because we can do inputs over there, outputs over there. We can line them up with the row next to it. We could even do inputs like this and outputs like that. And then we just go on further. Because if we do inputs and outputs on the same side, we basically end up with congestion. But if we kind of just make this like a bit more of a flow-through pathway, where we enter over here like this, into this station, and then we leave over there, things might flow just like a little bit better. Also, something is heavily being eaten. Ah, that quarter again. How did you get hit? But that's more or less details I can think about, though. Then again, the more I think about it, the more I want this. Just gonna want to see how this looks. Especially if we try to stack them on top of each other. I mean, we can have a bit of an overlap. Or we just go up by 1 if we don't have an overlap. Kinda looks neat, I think. Might just go for that. Yeah, let's go for that. I like that. But if we already build it like this, we might as well put in the rail signals. Good. We're not done yet. We will still need some power wires over there. Yeah, just do it like this. This will be fine. Water purification. Water purification is not that big, is it? These purification units, they are kind of large, but they're not super duper large. We have this entire strip on the top and on the bottom to put in whatever we think will be correct for water purification and water handling. Do we have the strip on the top and the bottom? Yes, we do, because whatever would be, what would ever be a top on this lane would be over here. Wait a minute. Let's not cock ourselves over real quick. As a visualization for that. Yeah, we have space on the top and the bottom for that. No worries whatsoever. We can use both sides. And that should be enough place to put down any kind of water purification, water transportation, water cleanup, whatever the fuck. That would be fine. We could even maybe put in a train station over there to bring in extra sulfuric acid if we want to. And then maybe just make a bypass into that or something like that. That could also work. That would be fine. Or just make an acid station somewhere nearby. That would also be fine. Which means the only thing that's missing over there is going to be the input station. Requesting station. I guess that thing would be over there. You're going to be requesting crushed sapphirite. Which also kind of means that this track over there will then go all the way across over there. And into there. I mean, if we're already making this thing somewhat complete, we should make it complete. Oh yeah, we got deep sea oil. I was a little bit surprised over there. Like, what the fuck? Good. And since both are still going like in the same direction, we could technically just stack the train track on top of each other, because this is basically a one-way track. So we could take this and just stick you on top of this in your correct horizontal orientation, which would be somewhere over there like this. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. And also, if we just take like traffic away from the main line and then pull it around and put it onto the main line somewhere else, so that we have like off-ramping and on-ramping in two different spots where we don't collude with other things, that would probably also help out quite a bit. Good. Alright. So, upgrade these power poles real quick. Thank you. Thank you very much. Upgrade these to a better input, and also the input belt is... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, there should be a beacon over there. Alright, move you over by one. Good, because it's just from here into there, and then just go through the entire thing. And the more I look at this, the more I love it. Make it so. Good. You over there. You over there. Then Yeah, that could work. Alright. Make a blueprint of this. Put in some parameters. I'm pretty sure that the chunk parameters are all going to be the same. But you are going to be the input. And then these three are also all parameters. You're okay. This is gonna be a bit weird, isn't it? Technically, let's move these up real quick. Pom 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 pom. You're gonna be the parameter of the thing we want to make. These are all gonna be parameters. You're gonna be ingredient of recipe 1. You're gonna be ingredient of recipe 2. You're gonna be ingredient of recipe number 3. The blue geode over there, we do need to put you in as a parameter. Because you're not always gonna be blue. So we don't have an input over there. We got to have like main output and geode output, if any. And then we got this over here with a value of 8,000, which I think we can just keep as a value of 8,000. We could recalculate this value. I don't think we need to recalculate this value. It's always going to be the same because all of these things we have the same stack size. And I think that's it, all that we need. So if I would not take you and place this somewhere, like say over here, and we go for example for bobmonium crystals, and bobmonium crystals over here of course have an output of red geodes. Will everything be correct? That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Station name is good. Station names over there. Good, good, good. Fucking love it. Or purification station. Save. Yeet it and delete it. Maybe don't delete these fish. These fish are fine. Unlock the fish again. Alright, that took a bit. Sorry about that. Where do we place these next? They are rather large. Oh, they are so fucking big. I mean, do we have the space over here? Do have some space over there. Why are they so fucking big? Ah! I did gonna say I kinda want to maybe use this area over here for ore purification, but I just didn't expect them to turn out this big. This is freaking huge. We can place some over here. And then move our way through that. I mean, we would at least need to make them for at least the 6 base ores. So we want to at least make 6 of these. And building in the water over there, even though we do have a whole bunch of landfill available, I don't think I've got that much landfill available. If we have a look at over here, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's also oil over there. Time for an expansion, I guess. Well, that was the whole point why we did an expansion. The only problem is there's ores in the way, and I don't necessarily want to build over ore fields because we want to mine them out as well. I mean, if we have a look at over here real quick. Four and then an ore field. We could do 3 and 3. 3 and 3 would probably also be fine. Like 1, 2. Yeah, why not? Let's maybe try it over here somewhere. Sephirites. And blue geodes. We might end up picking this up again, but I just kind of want to... Givolite and... purple geodes. Just kind of want to see how much space 3 of these take up. Stereotyte and yellow geodes. It's not that big. It's doable. Kind of like it. And then the other tree, maybe over here. We do kind of probably want to move this line out or away. Yeah, that will be fine. Alright, we don't have any kind of roboports in this network, but let's just start building over there. And let's also get rid of all of these trees over there. And can I get another deconstruction planner in there with the removal of any kind of cliff? There they are. Fuck those cliffs. Alright, start with this. And then we're just gonna see what we need to do over here. We can already tell that the output will be this away. Going up there somewhere. Can I get another deconstruction plan over there for landfill? There we go. We don't need landfill over there right now. Good. We don't have that much landfill, so for now we're just going to fill in what we need, but I will probably end up filling in the rest over here over time. Good. Also, all the bots are flying around, and we're probably now eating a whole bunch of extra power. We're eating up like another 200 megawatts over here just because bots are flying around. But with the new power plant, that's no longer an issue. Good. Alright, well, the bots are doing stuff over there. And setting up stuff for us. Let's do something else real quick. Fish. How the fuck do these fish work? Do we got a space over there where we can? Yeah, over there maybe. Okay, there's a lot of trees over there. That would be a very unhappy place to plant stuff out. Over here will be fine. Fish. So, we got Victorian fish, and we got the other fish setup over there. I don't really think we need... Let's have a look at all recipes real quick. Let's put them all in there. Then there is the Levic fish and the Levic fish breeding. There is the Dwarf Lurp jellyfish and the Dwarf Lurp jellyfish breeding. And then, of course, there is the Santa Ray and the Santa Ray breeding. Alright. These kind of seem to all do more or less the same. The main difference is that these guys over here require brown algae for their breeding recipe. Whereas these over here want nutrient pulp. These over here want green algae. And these over there want meat. Alright, you're off the hook. Because I'm not starting up a meat business just for you. Brown algae. Is that easy to make? Not like that. Or was that one that we only can make as a byproduct? Brown algae is actually not too hard to make. Okay, that's good. It's a single process. Alternatively, you over there, you would require something like nutrient pulp. Nutrient pulp is over there. That's something we can get out of beans, corn, leaves, nuts, pips, fruit, or bips. Alright. And that comes out of a nutrient extractor. That seems like a lot of work. Making algae, oh, you also need nutrient paste. You need nutrient pulp and algae on top. You need 2 of those things. Okay. You do technically make more fish, I just noticed. But not quite sure if we actually need more fish. And then you over there, you would require green algae and nutrient pulp, and you make the same ratio of fish as you do. I guess this one over there is just the most basic recipe, whereas these more specialized fish might do us better. Let's have a look at this. So we need to breed fish. 2 Victorian fish, a bit of nutrient pulp, and a little bit of artificial fish water will probably give us our fish back. On average, we get 1 fish back for every 2 fish you put in. So we get 3 fish back in total for 2 fish you put in. That is good. That's a positive cycle. Then we got Victorian fish petting. A friendly reminder to those who knew Victoria before an angel stopped by. Alright, fair enough. That will bring in 4 Victorian fish and a bit of nutrient pulp and a little bit of artificial fish water, and we will get a net negative fish back. We put 4 fish in and we get probably back 2.5. Alright, so we basically need to let these two play together. You make 0.01 fish per second. You consume 0.04 fish-ish. We can definitely balance this out. We can make something like a fish buffer or something like that. And we can just turn breeding on and off if we have too many fish or not. So basically these two go hand in hand. Oops, sorry about that. And the only thing this process here will be doing is that we are going to be turning nutrient pulp and artificial water into polluted artificial fish water. Either way, we're going to need nutrient pulp. Which brings us to the next question. Beans. Or however we make nutrient pulp. Where was it again? We can make it out of beans or any other of the other crops. Corn is kind of fun. Beans, corn, beans. That's coming out of wheaten processing. 20 wheaten turns into 10 corn. And wheaten requires wheaten seeds, soil, and a little bit of water. If we put it into a temperate environment farm, it will go twice as fast. If we just put it in the basic farm, it will go half as fast. Either way, either farm is fine. And got it from a temperate farm. And corn can come out of different amounts of seeds. Wheaten seeds. Yeah, but once we have some wheaten, we can just throw that into a seed extractor. We get 5.5 wheaten seeds back for every 5 wheaten we put in. And for every wheaten we put in, for every seed we put in, we get 10 times the amount of wheaten back. Just add soil and water, which is not too hard to do, and that'll be fine. For the desert one, I kind of like wheat fields. Wheat fields look kind of decent. I like looking at wheat fields. Alright, so farming setups and stuff like that. This all kind of requires one. Wow, they're already all done over there. Okay. Oh, we're not making these yet. Okay, good to know. We need the power connector. How about over there? Good, that will be the power connector for this entire thing. And then we probably need some rubber boards in here, because things are kind of out of range, yo. That might still be out of range. No, that'll be fine. As long as we keep the space over there open for the beacon, it should be fine. Hey there, Violent Inferno. How you doing? Thank you so much for the lovely raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What have you been up to? Wait a minute, I can check. Ha! Where are you? There you are. Dead by Daylight. Oh, that's a game I've never played. I loved watching it, but I never really got into it myself. Also, I kind of have the feeling we're missing a piece of belt over there. Oh, that will be everywhere. Oh boy. But thank you for the lovely raid. I hope you had an amazing time. Tell everybody, how was your stream? Good. We will probably also need some roboports over there. We can probably put one over there and one over there. Dying horribly. Yeah, that sounds like Dead by Daylight. Alright, we got power in? Yes. Input. Output. Off you go. Activate. There's already trains trying to train path over here, by the way. Yeah, they'll be fine. And actually, polluted artificial water is a solid output too. It is? You need to try out Victoria at some point? Oh, stay away, man. You're gonna lose an entire weekend. For like an entire year. Every weekend, that is. Yeah, there's one thing we do need to add in first. Because if we want to do more of the science over there, because we're missing, like we don't know how to do, for example, yet the special farms over here, like the temperate farm, the swamp farm, or the desert farm. And the reason for that is we will need more of these alien plant life samples. Those alien plant life samples, we can craft them. We can craft them, but I think we would still need to set up fish for that as well. I think there's a bit of a catch-22 in there. There they are, I think. Let's just click on you. So, we can craft these, definitely. We can craft them, of course, out of any one of these gardens. Doesn't really matter which garden it is. But we can craft these gardens as well. Every garden will give us 32 live plant samples. But to make a garden, we would need to put in 30 alien plant life samples back. We will need some alienated fertilizer, as well as an existing garden. And then we basically duplicate the garden. So we spent our duplicated garden to pay for the alien plant life samples. We get a net profit of 2 alien plant life samples, which we can send off to storage. Put the garden back in, and then make another... And put the other garden back in, and then we basically start generating alien plant life samples. Good. And alienated fertilizer over there requires fertilizer. Fertilizer is compost and urea gas. Compost we get from just... We couldn't get it out of brown algae if we care. That's not too hard to make. Urea gas is also not too hard to make. Alien goo, alien bacteria, alien spores, alien fucking polluted artificial fish water. Alright. Ah! That's gonna suck. Oh! Alright. It's a stupid cycle. You already played Oxygen Not Included, which eats your time without me knowing? Oh, yes, I know. I can fully understand as well. I recently picked up Anno. I think I still miss a weekend or two. Alright, so we do need to set up at least like a little bit of farming to get a little bit of this going. We're still gonna go for the wheaten, because I think wheaten is a fun thing to say. There you go, wheaten. You can make wheaten. You make up to 1.666 wheaten per second. Then we definitely need the seed extractor to turn wheaten into wheaten seeds. We might need a composter. We definitely need, I think, a nutrient extractor. Yes, a nutrient extractor to turn corn into nutrient pulp. Yeah, we can also put modules in there. There are farming modules I've seen. What do we even use them for? Wait a minute. Modules. Now wait. Module. There we go. Pollution cleaning, agriculture farm ones over there. Where a module that increases productivity but only usable for agricultural processors. Oh. For boosting farms. Used in over there, recycling over there. Yeah, but they don't show up in the farm itself, do they? We only have speed, prod, and efficiency, and whatever Yutani's doing over there. We can put the science baby module in this one. But maybe we can put the modules in here. No, they don't show up in there either. Unless they're maybe hidden from that view. Could be the case. What about you over there? I don't see them either. Unless I'm super duper blind. We can't put the science baby in there, sadly. Thought they showed up in yours? Maybe... Wait a minute. Do we have them researched? We do have them researched. No, wait. We don't have them researched. Maybe because we do not have them researched, maybe they don't show up. Could be the case. Also, we should start making those machines over there because we need them. Pum 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 pum. Could you start making Madame Ore Refinery over there? I guess we're gonna place it over there. Yeah, for now I'm just gonna assume that because we don't have them researched that they don't show up. Actually, wait a minute. But production modules 4 and 5 also show up in there. That makes no sense either. Unless they're gonna be used in other machines. Let's put down other machines. Whatever this is. Nope. Nope. It might just be that they don't show up in there. We could make them real quick. Just see if they start, if we can place them. Because we have the capability, don't we? Agricultural modules. Oh. We don't have to research. Never mind. Well, we're prepared to make them at least. They do eat alien plant life samples. Yeah, let's not do that right now. Alright, 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 alright. Good, but you make up to 8.27 seeds and we need way less than that. How big of a farm do we need to make? That's a good question. I guess however fast we're gonna be making over here nutrient pulp. We're missing a machine for that. Is that done in the bioprocessor? Yes, it is. That's where we make the corn. So you over there, you would accept up to 5 corn. We can calculate these over here with double the crafting speed because we kind of do want to upgrade them to the higher tier at some point in time. So we're just going to assume we are already at the higher tier. Which will mean that over here we're going to be making about, well, 2 of these together make a total of, actually 3 of these together make a total of 4, right? 5 actually. 3 of these make 5 per second. You accept 5 per second. Hey, this is just like Anno. So 6 of these together go into 2 of these. That's a decent ratio. Just add soil to this, just add seeds to this, just add water to this, and out comes the seeds. Oh, actually, wait a minute. We do need to also convert some of these back into seeds. So we're going to sacrifice a little bit to these, to the seed gods, and then we're going to set the seed packs. So we could do something like this. Let's use red belt for this. I don't think we need anything faster than red belt for this. Pom 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 pom. Good. You're going to deal over there with the seeds then. We also do need to make a little bit of soil, is that right? There we go. And soil is made out of mud and compost. And one way for us to make compost, let's add a couple machines to the mix. I'm just going to add an arbitrary number over there for now. We can make compost over there out of the compost, of course, which we can place over there and over there. There we go. So we just compost our wheat a little bit. We turn it into seeds. We turn our seeds also into compost. Oh no, our seeds, our wheat into compost. Which we can then turn into soil. I think in an assembly machine of all places. Which feels kind of odd. But you make soil, right? Yes, you do. We can also make soil out of sand and compost. But mud and compost, I think, will either way, it's going to be one of these. Doesn't matter which one. Good. So just supply any of that. The compost over there will just start composting stuff. You technically make it up to 2 per second if we use wood, but we're not going to be using wood. We're going to be using wheaten. And wheaten does that go at a different rate. Binfran, whatever this is, Afulia, where's wheaten? These icons are, that's Desert Garden, wheaten, there we go. 2 wheaten make 1 compost per second, alright. So basically, we will need to sacrifice 0.32 wheaten to the compost gods to make more of that. That'll be fine. We have that. And then we also need to sacrifice about 1 wheaten or another 0.16 for the seed itself. So we're basically sacrificing 0.64. Actually 0.48. We're getting about 1.2 odd-ish out of it. So every farm over there is going to be making about 1.2 wheaten after we subtract a little bit of wheaten for the compost and a little bit of wheaten for the seeds. And then we get 1.2 per second out of this, but we're going to be at the crafting speed of 2 if we use the more than once farm, so we're going to be at 2.4. So 2.4, 4.8, 9.6, 18.4, 19.2. I can count. And then that's a lot. But sure, I'll take it. We can make this farm a little bit bigger. There we go. And we then turn it all into corn. Ah, good old corn. Alright, and then we're gonna be... Oh, this goes 1-to-1 into the nutrient pulp machine. Even better. Because the only thing we care about is nutrient pulp. We don't care about anything else. Is that correct distance? No, it's not. Good, because you can technically make up to 2.5 corn per second. You accept up to 2.5 corn per second and you turn that into nutrient pulp. That will be 70, 140 nutrient pulp per second. That is way too much for any of these fish farms. Okay. Fair. What else can we do with nutrient pulp? It's used in all of these. Oh. We can turn it into vegetable oil. We can actually turn it into fuel oil, acetone, and syngas. Or into glycerol. We can turn corn into TNT. Or we can just turn it into acetone, ethanol, and butane. A nutrient pulp is kind of decent. I don't think I mind making a little bit extra nutrient pulp. And also, this step over there is not requiring any of these steps. So we can start with like a bit of a nutrient pulp setup first. And then move into the fish after. That sounds like a great plan. Alright, let's give you some power pulls. You van here, you van here. Good. We're still missing like a little bit of input over there, but that input is coming from over here. Let's see. Yeah, that'll be fine if we do it like this. Because you'll be putting it out on this side of the belt, and you'll be putting it out of that side of the belt. And then we just set it back like this. And we set it back like that. Start feeding the farm again. Just add water, and we're done. Maybe also add an output to it. That would also help. Alright, a quick output. A red inserter is all we need. This is all kind of slow. Even though it's 1.66 items per second, that's redstone circuit is gonna be fine. All right, let's delete these. We don't need them right now. And then the farming setup. Where do we place this? I mean, we could just start doing it over here. A little bit out of the way from everything. With the intention to maybe make more of it. Especially if we want to focus on making nutrient pulp. Because this is a very nice and easy setup like this. I like it a lot. Make it, please. Also, there's trees around that. Well, fuck those trees. By the way, we did do... Oh, yes, we did. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Where is it? There it is. The Tiberium power plant. How big is it? Oh, it's fucking tiny. Look at this. Oh... These consume 8 liquid Tiberium per second. I've got no information about pollution, and they straight up make energy. We can replace this entire setup with the boiler and everything with maybe one of those. If you're running at full speed, we're making over here 0.64, 1.28, 1.92 refined Tiberium per second. And you over there, you consume 8. Oh, actually, these are all less efficient. It does say they are more efficient, but practically they are less efficient. How much pollution do they make? Yes, it's gonna be yes. They consume up to 8 liquid Tiberium. The setup we have over there is consuming... What are you consuming in terms of liquid Tiberium? You're consuming 1.8. So that's like a quarter, less than a quarter, what you consume. And we do know that you over there can pump out up to 100 megawatts for this entire setup. Your pollution, of course, is going through the roof. Blap! So, all right. But then again, we can definitely remodel this a bit. Focus more on making liquid Tiberium. Because the making liquid Tiberium over there is not that hard. It takes a bit of time, but it's not that hard. And then we can just feed it straight up in a Tiberium power plant. But I kind of dislike a power plant being that small. To be perfectly honest, power plants need to be massive. If a power plant is just going to be like, hey, I make power, it fucking sucks. I'm sorry, I'm not building that. It's too small. I need something big. Less intermediates leaching power? Yes, but those intermediates eat a total power of, what was it, like 4 megawatts at most? I think it was less than that. Well, so be it. Alright, let's make a clear cut over there. There we go. Is there a gap over there? No. Oh, we're not making those machines yet. Are we not making seed extractors? I guess not. Yeah, we're not making seed extractors or the other 2 machines. Alright, alright. Seed extractors. Bioprocessors. And nutrient extractors. Good. How's this coming along? It looks nice. Some gaps over there, though. Ah, because we didn't put in the roboports over here yet. Can we get some roboports over there so we can build the rest of this? They also require some power. They're going to get their own power connections. So you're going to get this. You're going to get that. Don't do this. You'll just blow up the entire machine. Good. That will be you. And then we're gonna do something similar over there with you over there. Oh, don't even do this. No. Pom 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 pom. With you over there. Don't fucking do that. Here we go. Good. Good. I do kind of like how this machine is somehow a little bit ass backwards. We bring the stuff all the way over there, and then it gets processed in this direction, and then goes out over there. It's also good that we're like near to water, or in the water more or less, because we do need water to process or to wash these flotation cells, or the yours over there. We do need to set up the water purification for that as well, but we still got so much space up over there and down over there. That'll be fine. Let's also make... Hey, this is going to be a bit extra. I don't really want to connect to this line over there. We're going to connect over there for now. And also pick up some of these giblets, please. Here we go. Alright, you're in. Power input. Power output. You're good to go. These power pole connectors are sometimes fucking suicidal. Like, they just connect up to whatever the fuck they want. Stretch. Did I see some random power flickering over there? No. Alright, and then for now, disconnect over there. We'll just connect back over there. Really? That's so far up? Alright. Good. I do hope they can build that. If not, we have to build it real quick. It's almost out of range. I think it's still spot on. It might not be, though. Though, seeing where these are coming from... Nope. Swish. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Alright. Oh, you know what's missing over here? Well, next to power, lamps. And since this is more or less the same build, there you go. Alright. Don't you dare connect. It didn't connect. We can cross-connect them. That'll be fine, which means we don't really need you. Yeah, there's quite a bit of power going to this one, but I did split up all of the big pole power networks, so we have no worries about over there, of those poles over there exploding on us. We do need to bring in some initial materials over there so we can start the entire process. We also need to get some water in there real quick. So let's do the water real quick. That will be you over there and you over there. Water pumps still do not require power, so we can just place one over there real quick and one over there real quick, and that'll be fine. Let's also fill this one over there. We don't need you. Good. And then basically just add wheat seeds and something to compost for the beginning. We got some wood in there. Oh, good. Perfect. Yeah, put some compost in there, and then we just need some wheat seeds. I'm pretty sure we have some wheat seeds somewhere. We might even have wheat seeds actually. That also sounds a little bit like... That's that corner again. Yeah, that over there is a bit of a weak corner. It'll be fine, but they're gonna crunch it a bit. We have exactly 10 wheat seeds in our logistics system. Wheaton. Bring me that. I'll wait for it. Yeah, this is kind of the weakest corner. It's fine. Once we get some better weapons, once we finally do those fucking batteries. You know what we haven't looked at in a while? How's ore processing over here? Oh, it's better than expected. I kind of was sure that this entire system over here was already completely fucking broken, but it's better than expected. That's good. How much uranium do we have? We got 26,000 uranium over there. Fuck yes! Alright. And also this over here is being built nicely together. Let's place them the same height. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this is slightly suboptimal, isn't it? We can do this. And then do that. A little bit more headspace would have been great. But then again, I don't think we're going to be trained that often over there. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, how much more landfill do we have? Because, okay, we still got 21,000. We're still kind of decent over there. It's a bit weird having like machines like this just float in the water and having undergrounds going under the water. But I guess for now it's fine. Good, good, good. Oh, look at this. First train has arrived. Which means we should start thinking about setting up the water purification over there. And let's maybe place the water purification close by where these beacons on the top could be. That will be a bit too close. Well, the beacon, let's have a look at where the beacon could be. The beacon could be all the way over there. Because there's no way we're gonna get the beacon from over there to reach all the way over there. So technically the beacon could be all the way over here. And then we could put the water purification station somewhere all the way over there. I see a whole bunch of funky flickering happening over here. You know what we should do over here right away? Put in some of these fast accumulators. There we go. That's a nice place to place these, I guess. Good, because first and foremost, we need water purification. At least enough to run all of these standalone. At the moment it's 37.5. Two of these together is 150. The entire row is 12. So that is 1,200. No, it's 1,800. I can count. And you make like 200. That will be 400, 600, 800, 1,000, 1,002, 1,004, 1,006, 1,008. That would all be water purification that we need on a standalone basis. We definitely do want to do the sulfur wastewater reclamation and export the sulfur, because it's always nice to export sulfur. It's also one of our, actually the source for sulfur we have. We do get water back from recycling too, but if we can't export the sulfur wastewater recycling will get stuck. And if the sulfur wastewater recycling is stuck, then... That's kind of stupid. If the sulfur wastewater recycling is stuck, then the machine will not work whatsoever. Alright. So they managed to put down the entire train track over there, but they can't place that train track over there because... Where is it? Because that tree is just out of range. We're actually not too far away from that. Alright, but we also have got the wheat seeds in here. Yes, we do. Oh, the wheat itself. Turn that into seeds. And turn that into seeds. And just start it off, please. How many do you need? Oh, we're still not getting the soil in. Also... Oh, that was the worst split ever. There we go. Good. Yeah, we need to bring in some mud. But we can make mud over there. We just need some water over there. But let's just do that one train track real quick because there's a train stuck all the way over there. At least we can walk past our power plant and appreciate it real quick. For you need the sulfur for later processing before sorting? Yeah, we do need the sulfuric acid. That is actually true. But... how to put it? If for whatever reason we're not wanting to make crystals or purified stuff, then we will not be consuming sulfuric wastewater. We might still want to be consuming chunks. And at that point in time, we will get to the position where we have no outlet for our sulfuric wastewater to turn that into sulfuric acid, and we basically will have to start doing something with it. Either way, I kind of want to have the optional out still in there that we... I mean, we are going to be focusing on using the sulfuric wastewater purification process, but if for whatever reason we can't, we will then just... There we go. We will then just start purifying water over there. Good. All of these are in. Excellent. Let's give them some power. Recycling is of course important, but if we can't recycle, then we have to have like another solution. This is the other solution. Good. Let's do it like this and that. Pum, 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 pum. Pipes over here. Pum, 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 pum. Alright, that will be all that we need for purified water. Alright, that's all the purified water connected up. Let's just... Actually, let's keep these for now. Because sulfuric wastewater will be done over here at the bottom. Now, sulfuric wastewater... Let's build these just like in... Oop. Same distance. You're going to be doing sulfuric wastewater. There it is. You can consume up to 200 sulfuric wastewater. And you can make up to 200 purified water. So they basically go at the same speed. Because if we need 1,800 purified water, that also means we make 1,800 sulfuric wastewater. There we go. And we can probably take this entire thing over there as well. Flip you around. Good. We do need a tank somewhere, like an inline tank, to measure some stuff. Where are the inline tanks? There's also the small storage tank, but I like the inline tank over there, this will be fine. Because these over here will just keep the baseline up. So you're only going to be enabled if purified water is less than 5,000. Whereas these, we're going to try to run the entire time. You're also going to be consuming the sulfuric wastewater over there. There we go. Let's see. This is a bit annoying. We can use this path over here. And then we just connect them up like this. Which also means we can get rid of you. That will be the... Wait a minute. Oh, I did a boo-boo over here. It's still fine over there, but this pipe over here will not work. Because, remember, we probably want to place a beacon or two around this place. And that beacon is living right over there. It has to live right over there. Let's place them real quick, even though we don't have them. But just to... That's a little bit too much. Just so that we know where they're gonna be. Because these over here also, of course, need to get the speed increment if we give them a speed increment. Which probably also means that we're probably only gonna have beacons on the outside and probably not beacons on the inside. If we have beacons on the inside over here, it will probably be for efficiency modules. Which does make this over here a bit different. Now, for the purified water, we can still make this connection. These are all connected together, and then they're connected over there to with you, and then these are all connected together, and they're all connected over here to these machines. So that is good. We do need that one. That one we do need. So at least we have all of these connected, and for the sulfuric wastewater. That's gonna be a bit tricky. Let's just place the beacons over here on the... We have the same problem over there, which we haven't spotted yet. Place the beacons! Yeah. These... Okay, these have a connection. That's good. These have a connection. These have no connection at the moment whatsoever. Thought we had enough space, but it turns out we do not. Alright, let's clean this up a bit. And see if we can make this a little bit better. Mr. Top left beacon? Yeah, but this one is not too important. I mean, I don't want to place the beacons right now, because they will only show up over here, that we can't make them, and they will only be annoying, and they will only be bleeping at me the entire time. I'm gonna pick them up again afterwards. We want to leave space for beacons, so that we can place them once we feel we are ready for beacons. Alright, I mean, we already kind of said that we are probably not going to be using the middle over here for beacons, because it would affect the ratio. So we could do something else over here. Because the machines over here do need to be running at the same clock speed. And if they share beacons like this, that will most likely work. The beacon works like Space Age or Legacy. There was no information about that. I'm pretty sure their work is in Space Age. Either way, we do have overlap over here now. Never tried it before, to be perfectly honest, but I don't think... Yeah, let's have a look at... Do we already have beacons? No, we have nothing in here. No. You could be onto something. Efficiency 1.5 at space age? Ah, perfect. Then we're gonna be fine. Good. Yeah, if we are not gonna be planning to using beacons in the middle over there, then we can set up columns like this. You go over there, you go over there, you go over there, you go over there. That's wrong. You go over there, you go over there. Oh, this is confusing to do. There we go. I think it's correct. Good. And then sulfuric wastewater, we can just connect you up like this then. There we go. That'll be fine. And the purified water, we can just connect you up all the way over there with you. Okay, we could have left this corner. I kind of picked it up, but there we go. And it's all connected now. We're missing a bit of power though. And probably a row of lamps. Why the fuck are we missing lamps? What the fuck's going on over here? Lamp machine. You're out of brown circuits. Okay, brown circuit machine. Well, this is one of the brown circuit machines. They're definitely making brown circuits. You're getting brown circuits. Okay, something seems to be eating our brown circuits. I think we got another brown circuit machine over here somewhere. Yeah, you're also not doing anything. Will you serenade me to sleep with your biblically accurate angel's voice? Go to fucking sleep, not slip nip! There you go. Was that good enough? Alright, alright. All these, please. How much mud do we need? Give it a perfect 5 out of 7? Could be worse. Had better. 0.33, 0.33, 0.33, 0.33, 0.33. So that's 1.66. And the amount of mud that we need for them to run at full speed. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. There's a problem. We need to make more soil. This over here does not work like that. Hey there, mate. How you doing? Yeah, for some reason I thought I could just one-to-one these. We could probably still one-to-one these if we just upgrade them hard enough. You make up to 2 compost over there, and 2 compost over there can be turned into 2 soil if we combine it up together. The amount of soil that we need is, we got 4 of these machines, technically 8. 4 of these, that's 0.32. For 1 of them, 0.64, 1.28. Yeah, at this rate, we would need about, not 10, 6 of these, give or take a little. What happens if we just kinda mean and lean speed buff you? And just gonna be like, it'll be fine, right? It's only a farm. So I prefer sand versus mud. Even for the compost? Is the sand compost recipe faster? It's soil. No, sorry, not compost, soil. Oh, it actually is not. Alright, with 2 speed modules, we're at 0.69. That's not going to be fast enough, is it? By any chance, do you know Like when you have a blueprint, you're trying to put it down, but there are things in the way to still place it, so the bots remove stuff and that are blocking you. Yes. You are looking for the aggressive ghost mode, as we'd love to call it over here. Let's make any kind of blueprint. For example, a bit of rail. A bit of rail will be fine. And let's find something we don't mind getting rid of. Probably some part in the old base over here somewhere. Maybe there's still a wall left over. Let me just find something I can just place this over real quick. Actually, we can just place it over a belt. A belt will be a perfect example. Like this belt, for example. So, we could, of course, shift it. If you just hold shift and you press it, then it will place everything it can without interacting with it. If you hold shift and you press control, notice the angry little ghost next to my mouse pointer. It will remove things that are in the way, and if possible, it will replace it with things that will not obstruct. Control and shift is your friend over there. For example, for belts, it will place underground. I don't think it will do anything to pipes. I don't think I have got a long stretch of pipe for that anywhere. Maybe I do, but I don't think so. Because I rarely end up building long stretches of pipe. Nah, I don't think I've got a long stretch of pipe anywhere. But control and shift, try that one. Alright, so you're now making it 0.89. That's not fast enough. We can make a couple of these though. And then do something like this. That. Output, output. This is gonna be a bit ass backwards. Don't like it though. But can we place it over there? No. Well, we can just move it off by one. That'll be fine. Yeah, it's sticking far too far out. Can we make it slimmer? Yeah, we don't have the space. We can't have the space for that. And 0.16 times 4 is 0.64. Should be fast enough to assemble each side. Yeah, 2 assemblers should be fine. 2 assemblers should be perfect for this. We don't need more than 2 assemblers. Also, it's going to be 0.16 times 8 because we're going to get a bigger crafting speed for these later on. That's kind of stupid. Because you just pumped it out over there. Yeah, you do 0.89 and let's just say it's 0.9. That's 1.8 in total, and that's 0.32, 0.64, 1.28. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And also, like on the Quillo, there's a way to place things where you don't have ice and concrete. I tell you bots to put ice and concrete under your builds. Alright, it's been a while since I've been on the Quillo. But as long as you press shift while you place it, I think it does it all automatically for you. It might even already be the case that it already does it automatically for you. It's been a while since I played vanilla. But just press shift. I mean, it's the same over here with building on water. If I just pick anything I want to build, for example, let's just pick a big building like this thing over there. And I hold shift and I put it down. Notice how it's been built in the water over there. And then if I delete it real quick, you will notice, look at this. There's landfill underneath. The same mechanic is true for Aquilo, where it will put down ice and then concrete on top of that, so you can build on top of that. Just press shift. Shift and control, shift control are your biggest things you want to put in there. Alright, this guy over there, off by one. You over there, can we just do the horizontal shuffle muffle? No worries, mate. Have fun with the game. Don't forget, it's Monday tomorrow. You have to go back to work. Or something like that. I will just place them a little bit further apart. It'll be fine. We do need some accumulators over there because the power is flickering. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, put them at the end. You have to upgrade all your bases. Have fun. I'm looking forward when Factoria 2.1 comes out. Whenever that will be. We do know they're working on it, but they're still hush-hush about it, which is fine. But once Factoria 2.1 comes out, we're definitely going to do a vanilla game again. I'm looking forward to a vanilla game. Half the soil is still broken? Fuck. 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 How the fuck did I... What the hell? Also, be careful with shift clicking stuff into stuff. You might break shit. The flip didn't work. Yep. Alright, something. Okay, let's fix it by hand. There we go. Now it's fine, right? With the exception, of course, of this entire build. Dude! Oh, that's why! Motherfucker! You got a siege worm! This is having a field day over here, setting everything on fucking fire! There we go. Get fucked. I think we also nuked the power pole. Yeah, we nuked this power pole. There we go. Alright, alright. Pick up these real quick, so that we can put them down again. Okay, I think now it should be fine. We do still need to add soil. We still got like a little gap over there where we can add the mud in. So... Good. We were working... Oh, we got so distracted by that. You over there, you make... How many of these do we have? 9. Alright, so we're making about 360, I think that's mineralized water or salt water. Not quite sure how much is this. You over there, you consume 160. So we need at least 3 of these to take care of all of the mineralized water. If we do want to use it, we can always export it, but for now, we don't really care about this stuff. There we go. It would be fun to deploy a demolisher. I'm pretty sure Rampant has something in there. I'm pretty sure I saw something like that in some of the descriptions. And then the same thing over here for the saline water. If we do want saline water, we're just going to use desalination. Bum 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 bum. Good. We no longer need to worry about these. We're going to pick them up for now. If we do want to place some beacons, we can now place some beacons and have the water purification going. We also got the little inline tank over there. That will make things working for us. I can still hear a lot of bleeping. Different kind of bleeping. Alright, alright. Behemoth electric splitter. I do kind of like how fast they already fixed the wall over there. Remember that big hole we had? That's gone. But yeah, we do need some... We do need to fortify these defenses, because once we start shelling these, they kind of overran us last time. Because there's some big assholes over there. We need to focus on that very soon. But for now, this over here is fine. We were also kind of thinking about setting up a little bit of mud water processing. How much mud do we need? We basically need the same amount of mud for the same amount of soil we want to make. So 1.28, 2.56, 5.12. There we go. And one of these makes 1.66. So 2 of these will make 3.333. Yes. And 3 of these will make exactly 5? Yes? Numbers! We would need at least 4 of these. I'm gonna make 4 of these. I'm just gonna make 4 of these. Let's make them over here. With you over there. 1, 2, 3. That's a little bit low. Wait a minute. You over there. 1, 2, 3. You over there. Bum bum. That will be the mudworks. A yellow inserter will be fine because these are just that slow. I did somehow forget these pipes there, however. Good. We need the dredge input. There we go. We're gonna dredge it from over there. And then we're gonna need all of these again. Put them over there. And then we're just gonna put them all on the belt. A red belt might seem a bit overkill, but I also don't really mind if this goes a little bit faster. That'll be good. Alright, how much dredging do we need? It's 90, 180, 270, 450, 900. Wait, really? Yes, it's 90 per machine. 1,800. Did I do enough pumps down there? I put down 4. 4 is enough for all of these, and this is way more than that. But they do consume 90 mud water, and you should only make 300. Yeah, we do a total of 1,200 over there. That's 450. That's 900. 1,800. 3,600. How is this even working? Oh, wait a minute. I'm calculating bullshit. We only need the mud water over there. 90, 180, 360. 2 pumps. 2 pumps will be fine. 1, 2. Yeah, do like this. I can still hear a lot of bleeping. Seems to be fine though. And then we're gonna need the water pumper too. Okay, maybe not over there. That's just on a weird corner. And most importantly, we're also gonna missing power over there. Pump, 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 pump. Nope. It might not connect, but I'm just gonna actively disconnect these. Because I know that the game sometimes is kind of bullshit, or the mod at least is sometimes kind of bullshit, and we'll just connect them either way. Alright. We're still missing 37 lamps. How are lamps such an issue at the moment? Please, sir. Can I get a lamp, sir? Yeah, we just don't have them whatsoever. I guess we need to supersize our brown circuit production. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna place more lamps. Good. That will make the mud that we need. Sounds like a brownout. Oh, thank you for the follow, mate. I don't think we can make this jump in 1, so we're gonna do this jump in 2. And then we're just gonna combine all the mud over there onto the same belt. The bleeping. The bleeping never stops. Beep. Good. And that should at least get our farming going. While we're at it, let's have an output for all of this nutrient pulp that we're going to be making over there. There we go. Did I play with mud cakes when I was 6? No. I don't think so. I actually have no clue anymore. Who knows what I did when I was 6? I was probably doing all the drugs, yes, when I was 6. Trust me, I speak the truth. I'm on the internet. Alright, one storage tank in the middle. Because I kind of want this over here to just go for a bit. Oh, yes, we should maybe also just hook you up to power. There we go. Alright, how is this doing? That's all still disconnected. That's also all still disconnected. Well, that ore field is definitely getting tapped. At least this one is kind of getting replenished. And this one over there is also getting replenished. So we are consuming the Tiberium over there at least. At some point in time we're going to move the miners over there to get rid of all of this. And then once this is mined out and all the outsides are mined out, we're going to start mining inside the middle over here. Well, there's still a whole bunch of stuff to be picked up. And we maybe, I'm not quite sure what kind of miners we're going to be putting in there. We're just going to maybe put some Omega drills on there and just call it a day. Alright. About that farm. You require power. Power input. Power output. There we go. Looks like the right side is leaking out. Nah. As long as it's not connected, it's fine. And the barrier is over there. As long as it doesn't go across over here, it's fine. The mine pit. Now they're working on it. These miners have a decent range. Don't worry about the miners. And we know the field is definitely no longer growing, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Alright, is that the first farm setup? It sure is. How much are we going to get out of this? 50. That should be enough to get the entire cycle going. Do you still have... Nah, we moved you around, so those seats are now somewhere. Fuck. Let's go to that farm. Also, let's pick up some of these giblets while we're here. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to pick up all of them. I'm just going to pick up some of them. Good. Oh, more giblets. Hooray. How many on the floor right now? I've got no fucking clue. Most of them are getting picked up over time. Because either I mark them for deconstruction or they get picked up by the pickup radar. But to be perfectly honest, I don't care. I just do not care. Alright, where's this farm? All the way over there. That's looking good. Look at this. We got 4 farms going now. How many do you need in there? 20. Here, pick up some of this. Have that. Oh, you're missing water. How are you? Oh, yeah, we moved you. Oops. Alright. But we're now making nutrient pulp, which is an important step to start getting into the alien spore production. We're just gonna let this run for a bit. We'll be back for more over there later. Just let it go for now. Good. Research is good. Is this? Oh. Okay, that's kinda expensive. We're not sure if we have the science packs for that. It is a very powerful tech, though. Good. Alright. Can we at least set up the washing over there and finalize this? The parts that we need to finalize this is a water input at the top over there. And the sulfuric wastewater input at the bottom is already there. You're gonna need 300 water per machine. We got 9 machines. That's 2,700 units of water coming in. That is 2 water pumps worth. There we go. And with this, at least the flotation cell processing over there should start to operate. Now, we are going to be making sulfur over there. All of the sulfur over there, we are going to be pulling out. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the middle machine. I guess for now use red belt. That's not how I want it to work. Let's see. Actually, we could just... That will not work either. That will work. That's a bit an odd way to do it, but it'll work. Because that will then be on the inside belt, and then we got more space on the outside belt. It's more or less going to balance the belt. Alternatively, can't we? No, I mean, we can do this better. Wait a minute. There's a better way, isn't there? We're just going to get ourselves a splitter real quick. There's a way better way to do this. Put in a splitter. Ample priority at the top. That's going to be for sulfur. There we go. And then done. Done. So much better. Love this. Alright, that's going to be making all the sulfur that we need. And then we're going to need to turn that over there into sulfuric acid. Where do we do that again? Is that in the chemical lab or is that in a liquefier? I don't think you need to filter either. I do. If it bleeds through... we need both. If it would be bleeding... If we just set the priority output over there and it backs up, it will go over here. If we set the filter, it will only go over there, which will only make it go on the other side. Alright, sulfur and oxygen makes sulfur dioxide, and I think we then need to put it into a chemical plant. There we go. Because I do want to fill up both sides of the belt. And these over here will fill like one half of the belt, and these over there will fill up the other half of the belt. It's basically just a lane changer. Sulfuric acid, there we go. Also requires more purified water, which I guess we could use from over there. I mean, that's the thing. If we do use these over here to make purified water, we can definitely also use their purified water over there to work on the chemical plants. So that'll be fine. We can also make liquefiers Mark IV. We know how to make these. So let's make these in Mark IV. You require 5 sulfuric acid per second. That's a total of 60. You make 90. Alright. I'm just going to one-to-one these. This is all that we need. We do require some oxygen, though. How much oxygen? 112, give or take a little. I was kind of thinking about just going out there and looking for a machine, but I think I'll just have a quick peek in here because we got the oxygen machine over there. It's done in a chemical lab. Chemical lab over there. We are going to be splitting off this into oxygen and into nitrogen. We're going to vertical flip you. There we go. You make about 80 oxygen. We need about 80 oxygen will be turned into 80 dioxide. 80 dioxide will be... That's 2/3 down. That's not good enough. We need a little bit more than that. We need 2 of these actually. Alright, yeah, make this a little crooked penis. It'll work. It's just a bit crooked. Bum 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 bum. You over there, and then we don't really care about the nitrogen. Nitrogen, I also have no issue venting into the air. It's unique. There we go. You go in all the way over there. How much sulfur do you need? Okay, not even remotely as much. That actually hits all of the machines. Perfect. We can get some purified water from all the way over there. And out comes the sulfuric acid. Keep in mind, there is a plan for... Well, there's not really a plan for beacons over here, is there? Nah, it'll be fine. We do need to at least keep a bit of a distance over there. But this will be fine, that will be fine, and that'll be fine. And that's your personal sulfuric acid making machine done over there. Good. We can probably copy paste this for some of these. Everything over here that is also going to be doing sulfuric wastewater, we can just copy paste it over, which will be, for example, you. For fluoric wastewater, we're going to have to make a similar machine, slightly different, but similar. Do we need 2-ish of these? If we want to make it in a good ratio, yes. But we only need about 60 sulfuric acid. This one over there is definitely going to be making 112 dioxide. 112 dioxide is... 2/3 of that is more than 60. 2/3 of that is definitely more than 60. Good. We can already see some chunks coming in. Look at that. It doesn't matter that we landfill these pumps in. They'll still be fine. Oh, you mean these over there? Oh, that's actually kind of true. Because we're now only going to be making about 80 oxygen. Yeah, this is kind of wrong. That should be better. Alright. I guess you... Okay, when did you get hit over there? What the hell? Oh, this could run over by a train. There's not even that many trains over here yet. Alright, the geodes are going in over there. There are some giblets in there. Take those giblets out, please. There's also some giblets in there. Take this out, please. Alright, let's wait for that to be done. Good. The farm. Left farm, or right farm is doing great. Left farm is kind of not doing anything at all. Because... Oh, did you just not get enough compost in? You got all the seeds in, but not the compost. There we go, that should help. Alright, but we got nutrient pump going now. Very important as well. Good. Alright. What's the clock say? The clock says we're good for time. We overstreamed quite a bit yesterday. Don't think I will be overstreaming as much today, because it kind of had a negative nudge on my sleep cycle. But let's go for like a little bit longer. I at least want to see this machine over here work perfectly fine. And you know what's also kind of important? Oh. Sulfuric air scrubbing. So, a porous slime filter, a used slime filter. This is a way to make sulfuric wastewater. What the hell? Pump it in, please. Make oxygen. There we go. Make sulfuric acid. There we go. Operate. Here come the crystals. And here's the purification. Does it remove pollution? It does. Yeah, that would probably be a reason to do it. Alright. Now, we're not really bleeding through these yet. Because to be perfectly honest, if we're making these, and if we're making these, I would prefer these. But we can bleed them through. We're definitely bleeding through some of the chunks there. There's already so many chunks in there. That goes so freaking fast. But this over here is going to be the replacement for these over there. And to be perfectly honest, these over here already look way nicer. We can at least get the stereotype over there going as well. Because the stereotype over there also does require the same setup over there in terms of pipes. Now there's of course a little bit of a downside to this. A lot of these fixes, especially the pipe fix over in the middle. Let's see if we can get the blueprint going in like this somehow. What did we kick out? Kick out every kind of belt for now. I don't think the power poles can stay, the inserters can stay, the lamps can stay. The flotation cells need to go. The hydro plants can stay. These need to go. Those can stay. The chemical plants can stay. Those need to go. Inline tank can stay. That can stay. Everything else can stay. And we should be able to use this to override everything in there. Oh yeah, we're missing the belts at the bottom. That's gonna be fine. Don't worry about the belts at the bottom. If it's only this belt I'm missing, I don't worry about it. That's something we can just pull easily. Like this, real quick. Good, but that should have not have overwritten any of you. That's good. Since this is a little bit more in the sea, we can do this and we can do that. There we go. And the rest should be the same. We are getting some crystals in there. Look at that. Are they backing up? Oh, they sure are. Good. As long as we're making all variants, I'm going to be happy with that. Alright, everybody's waiting on a whole bunch of landfill. Good. This farm over here is now also working in full order. Nothing to worry about. This seems to be a decent build. We're making nutrient pulp. Do we want to do the fish right now? I kind of had it actually with the fish already. It's not that hard to set up. It's just like make a fucking fish farm, get your freaking spores out of it, and then do it. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. I'm just looking at it. I'm going to be like, I'm good. I'm good. And actually, I think we're good for today. We did a good amount of progress. I'm very happy that we started the process of putting in some proper rail connections. That is good. We definitely do need to make better defenses over here. Looking at the spiders over there. For these guys over there, lasers, of course, will not be the solution. For these over there, the solution is going to be fire, which we do have. That is good. But there are some... Okay, these are some standard biters. Wow. These lads over here cause the issue. The poison lads over there. Fire is doing them in pretty decently. Laser is also doing them in pretty decently. So we should probably add some laser turrets to our wall layout. And actually, if we have a look at this, you know where we can place a laser turret? Or at least a couple laser turrets. We now should also have the power... Those fucking worms just don't want to shut up. We have a spot right over there. And these lads have a decent amount of range. And then these laser turrets over there, they got a range of 30. The gun turrets have a range of 21. And the sniper turrets have a range of 35. So maybe some laser turrets in those gaps everywhere. We don't have that many gaps though. We got like an occasional gap. We can of course also put the laser turrets over here in between the belts and interleave them. That might also work. But we definitely need laser damage over there as well, because some biters are weak against lasers, some are weak against physical damage, etc, etc, etc. And then the other big thing we definitely need to improve upon, even though it might be a bit backed up right now, it's not even remotely backed up, is the production of cordite. The faster we make cordite, the faster we can make the special ammo. The faster we can make the special ammo, the more pew 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 we can do. And at the moment, the only special ammo we make is the armor-piercing guns. Yeah, we can definitely also program the lasers to focus on certain biters. Very true. I just didn't do that yet because it's gonna be so many entries in there that I'm just kind of shying away from it. But on the plus side, you only need to do that once. And we could maybe also program our turrets to focus certain biters to optimize our walls a bit better. We can even optimize our flamer turrets and stuff like that to focus on the ones they are weak against. That is a whole bunch of clickery fuckery, which I am not in the mood for right now. But we can definitely do that. We should do that. Now, you just put it straight into the combinator. If you put it into a custom combinator and you wire it up with a wire, it's gonna fucking break. We're just gonna put it straight in the turret and we're gonna copy paste it in for each and every one of them. But speaking of defenses, what else is there in defenses that we are not really utilizing yet? Rocket turrets, of course, is a thing as well. Though I'm not quite sure what we're gonna be using the rocket turrets against. We don't have the cool, fancy Factorio Space Age rocket turrets. We got some rocket turrets that look super shit. And I'm not really looking forward to you be using them. A thing that could be very good is the landmine thrower. Automatically launches landmines to replace them after they detonate. Any landmine can be used as ammo. Despite appearances, it's still not an artillery turret and cannot use artillery shells. Aww, look at you! Do you have to play games to get them to show up in this 5 slot on the turret? In the what? What? Sorry, Spectre. What? Alright, what else do we have available over there? For the slots were limited. I don't think the slots are limited. We can check real quick. Yeah, I got the flamer turret over there. Yeah, let's just start doing this, that. Oh, the slots, if the slots are limited, then we might have an issue. Yeah, we just get a new row. So, that'll be fine. Alright. But yes, let's have another quick look at what we have available in terms of defenses. Of course, the mortars are kind of decent. They're not too bad. I'm still not really too happy about them, but they do help. They are very, very good neutral help, so I kind of like that. There is, of course, the bigger mortar. There we go, the heavy mortar. Unlocked by utility signs. Yeah, I think the heavy mortars would be a lot more fun. Are they an in-place upgrade? No. Oh no, they're way bigger. They are way bigger. Alright. Those turrets are kind of awesome. I kind of like how they look. That would be for a different kind of wall. Probably once we get some of the bigger boy turrets in there, we're probably going to have to redesign the wall either way. There's also, of course, the railgun artillery, but that is an artillery. An electric artillery, that is. So that's also going to be a thing we have to think about. The howitzer cannon. That thing shoots cannon shells, right? Yo, what the fuck are you? Never mind. What am I looking at? You eat howitzer shells. Alright, so it's basically another type of mortar. Well, they're easier to produce because grenades are a little bit annoying to produce. Oh, speaking of grenades, wait a minute, how are we doing for coal? Okay, we still got coal. Alright, what else is in here? There is, of course, also the missile silo. That's a thing we can make as well. I think it's a little bit bigger than just what I thought it's gonna be. I'm not quite sure how this is gonna run. We're not gonna take a peek at that one yet. We got the cannon turret over there. We got the rapid cannon turret over there. Ooh. Alright, has a good amount of health. A good amount of minimum range. You're shooting cannon shells. Rapid fire cannon shells. Or just the cannon turret. The cannon turret has a damage bonus, whereas the rapid turret has a shooting speed bonus. No, that's the recipe, right? No, that's... Well, what's the difference between these two? Oh, what is the recipe? Okay. There's also the shotgun turrets we have not really looked at much yet. Okay, they're 2x2. I mean, for a close range defense, they also got a tremendous damage bonus. And don't underestimate the stacking damage bonus on these shells. Let's start making these. Both of them. The cannon shell, or the cannon turret as well, because they're from the rampant arsenal. They are probably going to be very useful. It's the only CYWS. Yes, that's the only... I have no clue. What the fuck? Dude, abbreviations. You either know them, or I've got no fucking clue. Come in Windows service. There we go. Close-in weapon system. Alright. Hey, Sadie Mongoose. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But that's a different cannon turret. Okay, that's a heavy cannon. Okay, that's a different turret. There they are. The shotgun turret. And the cannon turret. There we go. What else can we do to bolster our defenses? What are these? Personal shotgun defense. That sounds amazing. What are you? Energy shields. No. What are you? Tiberium radiation absorption generator. Yeah, this is all equipment. I don't want equipment, I want gun. Yeah, there are these rocket turrets over here, but these are just, they look horrendous. There's the advanced flamethrower turret over there, though. Though we need to patch it. Because it doesn't take all of the cool thingamajigs. It doesn't take, we don't have light oil, nor do we have napalm. And we might be able to make napalm, though. Okay, we can't make napalm. That's fine. If we have a recipe out, then we can use that recipe out. These are some chunky flamer turret. Look at these. Got like 6 barrels of napalm. How much range do they have? Let's go over here real quick. There we go. Do they have less range than the flamer turret? Range of 45. Flamer turret. Range of 36. That's the acid thrower. Wait a minute. Range of 30. Okay, they got 50% more range. Fair enough. If we compare them to... Let's look over here. It's easier to look over here. Let's see. They do 100 damage per second plus extra fire damage. They also do some acid damage on top. And they do a tremendous amount of ground damage. Alright. Advanced laser turret. That's not a laser. That goes up your butt. That does a horrendous amount of damage. Wow. That's not a laser. That's a fucking obliterator. A laser with a minimum range. Where is this from? That's also from Rampant. Alright. Lightning turret. Medic turret. Gun turret Mark II. I think are these when you... No, these are also from in here. Oh... These are just more advanced gun turrets. How do they look? If they look shit, I will not build them. They look... That... No. Fuck that. No. I don't like how they look. What about the laser turret? That's looking a bit better. Also, range or like range limited, not really range limited, arc limited or accuracy limited one. Excuse me? Are they being affected by the Tiberium? I guess they are. Nice. Alright. What else do we have? Let's look in there. Because we might not have it unlocked yet in terms of research. There's of course better plasma cannons, which you can probably research. Capsule launchers. I don't think I really want to use those. Advanced beam turret. Now, I think the shotgun turrets and the cannon turrets will already do as well. And then, of course, also the nuclear landmines. High explosive landmines. That's a tremendous amount of landmine damage. Bio landmine. Incendiary landmine. Nuclear landmine of the landmine placer. Yep. Oh, we can get an AMR? Nice. Pum pum pum. Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum. Bomb. I'm good. Let's just check over here if these are being made. These are being made. Perfect. Maybe give them some quality real quick. And while we're at it, pom pom, pom pom. More quality. There we go. That feels like a war crime. I mean, to be perfectly honest, a nuclear landmine, that thing should be so big, if you trip over it, that's on you, mate. That's on you. And the Duke might be a bit of a tame weapon for all those biters. Yep. Though, in certain cases, it might be a great point. I mean, a nuclear landmine, I don't think will make any sense whatsoever anywhere, unless you've got like a very, very narrow choke point. Because... unless you maybe know exactly where to place them. If you put in some intelligence where you could place the landmines so they walk over it every time, might be worth it. I've not really checked out how much is a nuke. Atomic bomb? Okay, not too expensive, though I'm not quite sure how good we can make uranium-235 in this pack. There are some issues with that. Also, we got nuclear artillery. Also, we can make plutonium artillery shells. That is a war crime right there. Plutonium. Alright. I'm good for today. We overstreamed yesterday by quite a bit. Today, I'm just going to call it a little bit shorter. Actually, I'm actually going to call it on time. Good. Alright. Last objective for today. Who are we going to raid today? I think I already know who we're going to raid. Yeah, let's raid CD. It's been a while. Alright. Thank you so much for today. I had a blast. A little bit shorter. We're actually on time for today. Yesterday we kind of went all the way up to 2 AM. That was a bit much. I wanted to play some games afterwards, and then I kind of got surprised that it's already getting light outside. I was like, oh, yeah, I streamed 2 hours longer than I planned. Nevertheless, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're just going to continue this lovely game of Factorio. On Friday, we're going to do some more Anno. And then next week will be something else. We don't know yet. Maybe more Anno on Fridays. We will see. However it goes, we're going to have some fun with that. Nevertheless, thank you everybody who left to follow. Thank you also everybody who left a raid, like Violet Inferno. Thank you so much for the lovely raid. Leod, thank you for the resub. Marius and Archcraft, both of you, thank you for the resub as well. Maniac Killer, thank you so much for the resub. Patos, thank you for the resub. And that was it for today. Have fun with CDs. He's doing something. I didn't really read the stream title. We're gonna figure it out when we're there. Have a good one. And until next time, see you tomorrow. Good night.